Welcome to Paranormal M, where eerie mysteries unfold. Subscribe and enable notifications to catch our latest chilling episodes. Get ready to be captivated by the strange and supernatural. My personal, scariest unexplained encounter. So, when I was around 12 years old or so, my best friend and I at the time were super into all things paranormal. We would purposely seek out situations that would expose us to ghosts and entities, etc. And I firmly believe if you go looking hard enough, you begin to open the door to these occurrences. We often had our parents take us to Savannah, Georgia, known for being a particularly haunted city due to its history. To stay in the same hotel room a woman killed herself in hopes of seeing her. Ghost tours, you name it. Now, unfortunately for us, most of the time we never experienced anything. However, the scariest experience I had was, well, at least with her. It's always come back to my mind over the years. I always try and rationalize it, but to this day I haven't been able to come up with a good explanation. I'm wondering if you can all help. We're from a small town in Georgia, Edgeville. Or Milledgeville, notorious for its old, now mostly abandoned insane asylum, the Central State Hospital. It has a cemetery with many paranormal sightings and an extensive history. It's called Memory Hill. It was the night before Halloween and we decided to be reckless, go to the cemetery and do all the things that you're not supposed to do. There's a wrought iron fence surrounding a plot of graves there. The fence looked like it had a little devilish face in it, believed to have been placed to ward off evil spirits. On All Hallows Eve, it's said that you can hear wailing and screeching coming from this area of the cemetery. The tale goes that you're not to touch the fence on All Hallows Eve, as to not release the evil. So of course we decided to touch it. There's a witch's grave from a woman named Dixie Haygood, lived 1861 to 1915. Legend goes if you're not casting a shadow on her grave, or you'll bear the full weight of her curse. She's believed to cast this before she died, so naturally we did just that. There's a mausoleum there from William Fish, who had his wife and daughter taken by the typhoid epidemic in 1872. After he constructed the mausoleum, he himself entered inside, closed the door, and shot himself to be with them. Legend has it if you knock on the door, you may hear a knock and reply. We knocked, no reply. When we were leaving, we noticed a friendly black cat in the cemetery. She was very sweet, came up to us purring and rubbing her legs, and followed us for a while. Her mom, our ride, they're an avid animal lover. We all agreed to take her in and bring her to the local no-kill shelter for the next day. She seemed really like somebody's house cat. We'd never seen her before and went pretty fairly frequently. In hindsight, this was not a good idea. This cat likely has always lived there and was perfectly happy. But we took the black cat with us from the cemetery that day. We named her Siren. Now, fast forward to nighttime. My friend has a clubhouse located fairly far in her backyard out next to the woods. She has a fenced-in backyard with a pool. You have to exit the fence to walk out to the clubhouse. We decided to sleep there to add to the scary vibes. We decided to keep Siren in the clubhouse that night with us. At the time, the door in the clubhouse was broken. Wouldn't close all the way or lock. We stayed up for a while talking, maybe until 1 or 2 a.m. I have no idea since we didn't have cell phones at the time. Siren begins going absolutely fucking bonkers, hissing and growling constantly and wouldn't let you near her. Now, I'm sure it's because we uproot this poor thing and put her in the small, unfamiliar room with unfamiliar people. My friend and I are chatting, and I hear a loud knock on the floor, like from underneath the clubhouse. The clubhouse is lifted on a few cement blocks, so there's definitely room for somebody to crawl under. I ignore it, thinking that it could be anything. Then I hear it maybe 1 to 2 more times. Also ignoring it, then there's a loud knock that comes from directly underneath where my friend's sitting on the floor. She jumps, and I tell her I've heard a few knocks before, but didn't know what to say, or didn't really want to say anything. She said that she had heard them too, and also was trying to pretend that she hadn't. But this one you couldn't ignore. The knocking starts more frequently, seemingly from multiple locations underneath us at the same time. Then we hear a knock on one wall of the clubhouse as well. The knocking picks up and it's very loud. Eventually it spread to all 4 walls of the clubhouse and underneath us, surrounding us. All at the same time, I'm in tears at this point because I'm so scared. I wanted to run out and make a break for it to her house. My friend adamantly didn't want to do that because she was afraid to leave. The knocking and banging continues for quite some time, on all 4 walls and underneath us simultaneously. We tried to convince ourselves it was just her dad playing a trick on us. We couldn't explain how it would be coming from all sides and below the clubhouse at once. She eventually convinces me it was probably her cats. So I eventually am able to fall asleep. The knocking continued the entire time though. The next morning the knocking had stopped. My friend later tells me that she didn't think it could be her cats, but was trying to calm me down at the time. To this day, we have no idea what could have caused the knocking. It was very loud and intense at times, shaking the clubhouse. I'm hoping somebody may have a logical explanation, or was it truly some demonic or unfriendly entities warning us to not be dumb kids on Hallows Eve? As for Siren, we took her back to the cemetery the next day, or released the poor thing back to her home. A world of happiness. I had woken from a lucid dream. I had it a little while back. And that, to this very day, the mere thought of haunts me. I've woken up in a world, and this world wasn't scary, or at least not in a typical sense. You see, this world had no negative everything. It was bright and joyful and happy. But that's really about all it was, nothing else. Felt like something from a fairy tale or one of the creepy old merry-go-rounds you see in old theme parks. Nothing was sad or angry, and even just had an ounce of negativity to it. While I roamed this place, I was very quickly realizing that nothing at all in this place seemed to be real or look unhappy. Everything wore a huge grin. Everything. From the buildings to the trees. Hell, when I stared at the sun, I could see a large grinning face smiling back. All these smiling faces looking at me. None said a word. None spoke, just smiled. And I tried looking for, like, any people, and I eventually found someone. I asked them about the place. They turned to me almost like a robot, also wearing that uncanny-looking grin on its face. I guess I'd call it it. It stared at me for around 10 minutes saying nothing, then turned away and continued walking in the same rigid movements a Disney animatronic would. All while this went on, a song played. It was a song I listened to recently, which I found ironic as it also fit the weird uncanny feeling of this place. The song never stopped. Once it ended, it would loop again and again and again. I started to go insane. The bright colors, the smiling faces on everything that existed. The almost childlike music playing in the background. I almost couldn't take it. No negativity, no sadness. All joy, all smiles, all happiness. A world of happiness. Forever. Makes me tired. The time I proved to myself that ghosts are real. It was the spring of 2008. I had just started a job at a fancy resort in upstate New York. I was assigned to work in the kitchen of the golf course restaurant, which was a few miles from the main hotel and resort. The restaurant was a small cottage that had a restaurant, and a small locker room for golfers and both sexes to use. The first encounter that made me think something was up was the old cottage. It was in late April. The golf course was not yet open, as some snow still lay on the links. Only my boss, the head chef, and I were on the property prepping for a private party that was being hosted at the golf club. The kitchen was small and consisted of a small line with stoves, ovens, broilers, and a ticket window. This then led up to a small dishwashing area that finally led to a small prep area that sported a screen door to the inside. I was in the prep area processing some vegetables for the evening service. It was a sunny, warm, late April afternoon. I had the screen door open to the outside, and all of a sudden I heard the giggling of a child, which sounded like something was coming from outside the screen door. The laughter got louder and louder, till I finally checked out the door to find no one. The still closed golf course was empty. Soon after this, my boss came to check on my progress. I told him the story and asked if he had seen some children playing outside the club. He said no, then told me a story that chilled me. He had worked at those golf clubs for a few seasons now. Told me the club was haunted by a little boy. He said he moves stuff and plays tricks on people. I was instantly intrigued. I went out and bought a $20 digital voice recorder from Target. This was 2008 and phones were not what they were today, or are. The cheap device was my plan to see if the story was true. I set the recorder up in the creepiest part of the cottage. The woman's locker, where several waitstaff reported hearing voices and seeing things. I set the recorder up before I left for the night in the locker room and went home. The next day I came back to work and I ran back to grab my recorder. I spent that whole day listening at work, but I was really too busy to really listen. When I got back home, I threw on some headphones and listened as close as I could. At one point, I captured the waitress at the end of their shift talking. They were there grabbing the purses and discussing tips, and that's when I heard it. While they chatted, I could hear a voice whisper, "Out now!" The girls never acknowledge the voice. They keep talking as the voice sounds like a low whisper speaking. I was blown away. A $20 recorder, and the joke is I was trying to disprove was seeming more real by the second. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I ran into work the next day, the recorder in hand. I went up to the woman's locker room located at the top floor and in the back of the cottage. I was alone, 6:30 a.m., the first time to arrive. I took out my $20 recorder from Target. I started to ask questions. What is your name? Why are you here? Pausing for a minute or two between. Silence. I hear nothing. After 10 seconds or so, I take my recorder out of my car and hook it up to my large car speakers. This is when I knew once and for all ghosts are very real. So real, I well up with tears just writing this for you all. After I ask, what is your name, I hear clear as day, Bobby, Bobby, Bobby. But this was not a living person. It sounded as if I was making a movie, like how a creepy ghost boy would sound in a horror movie. But this was real. This was some dumb kid playing around with his, work with a $20 recorder thinking his boss was pulling his leg. I let dozens and dozens of people hear this tape, scaring friends and family for years with this tape. And eventually the recorder was lost and I didn't have to share it with you today, but again, I'm not a ghost hunter. I'm not selling anything. I'm a guy on the internet telling a story. Hey, me too. Since that day, I have believed in ghosts. Could there be something following me? If there is, well, if there is, what can I do or what kind of therapist to go to, LOL, because it's scaring my boyfriend. Or scarring. I know it sounds silly and I don't mind being called crazy, but hear me out. It all started when I was 2 or 3 and I had an imaginary friend, which wasn't, it would literally break things and play with me. Something my mom still doesn't like talking about. Second time is when my grandma passed away in around 2005. I was like 8 or 9 years old when paranormal things started to happen. I would wake up at around 2 or 3 a.m. and I would see her. Thought maybe it was just my grief. Mirrors would fall. Things would move after her death. It stopped when we moved houses a couple of months later. Everything was fine after that. Maybe when I was 12, I got really into the occult and just the dark things. It was just something that made me love it so much, and I still do. After I opened my curiosity with the occult, I started experiencing some kind of visit. Maybe I was crazy or going through some trauma, but there was this dark figure. It always stands in front of the door, always follows me. It always felt like it was watching me. But I felt safe. It never bothered me till now. Well, now I'm 26. Hasn't stopped, but I've been experiencing more of it now. Especially now that I'm in a relationship. We could be in bed sleeping, and all of a sudden I wake up because I feel this presence watching me. It's always in front of the door. My boyfriend and I just moved in together, and last night was pretty scary. We were having sex, and all of a sudden we both felt somebody in the room. We ignored it because, well, wasn't going to let that stop us. The energy switched, though. It felt like an anger in the room. Room went cold. A little bit uncomfortable, to be honest. Something we both noticed. We fell asleep, and during the night I wake up more scared because this time it was on my side and it felt so angry. I know that we heard things at night, and in the morning my boyfriend started telling me how things were falling upstairs and there was no footsteps in the room that's on top of ours. He later explains how he had a weird dream about something that was in the closet in the same room that he heard all these things last night, and that it wouldn't leave him alone because he had something to belong to this thing. So, now he's scared and I'm just trying to figure it out. Any ideas? My dad came to see me in my dreams. In November, my dad had a hemorrhagic stroke and it was pretty severe. He was awake for the first few days, then it was constant up and downs. On Thanksgiving, I got a call from the hospital that he had another stroke on the other side of his brain. We needed to talk about end-of-life care. I had the first dream that night. We were sitting on his back porch at the table, and I was a sobbing mess. I kept saying that I couldn't believe he was going to leave me, and he kept laughing and making a joke out of it. He said, "What are you going to do about it?" I told him I was going to climb in the casket with him. He laughed and reminded me that he wasn't going in a casket. He was going to be cremated. He passed 3 days later. The second dream was a day or two after, and I don't remember much except I was crying again and saying how much I missed him. I don't think he was hugging me back in this one, but I do remember him saying sorry and that I'll be okay. The third and final dream I had was very similar to the second one. I was ugly crying and hugging him and saying that I missed him and I can't believe he left me. And this time he hugged me back. I could really feel it. It was such a good hug. It was so calming and made me feel so loved, and I stopped crying in my dream and just felt okay for the first time in weeks. I haven't had a dream like that since, and I still dream about him, but it's so different from these 3 dreams. There's no feeling of sadness or talks of his death. Just normal dream shenanigans. I know it's possible that it was just my brain trying to help cope with the loss, but to me it felt like he was checking in with me, to see how I was and to say goodbye. I miss him so much. Every night I look forward to drifting off into dreamland in hopes of another hug from him. I had 2 ghost friends as a child. When I was in middle school, my brother, mother, and I went to dinner one night. We were a military family, so we were just recounting and discussing all the places that we've lived so far, and the people that we've met along the way. I brought up the very first house I ever lived in, and the 2 friends I had there. My mom had this strange look on her face, and I asked her what was wrong. She asked me to tell her what these kids looked like. Well, they were twins, or at least a very similar age. The girl wore a sort of bonnet with a little dress, and I don't remember the shoes. The boy wore overalls and a little shirt. They didn't look the same as me. My mother, who is very much a believer in the paranormal, said that those children I remembered were actually ghosts. I was shocked to say the least. I had remembered spending many days with these 2 kids. Told my mom how they used to tell me bedtime stories, and I remembered exactly what my room looked like at the time. I remember the furniture I had and the position of my crib and how the light from the hallway would shine into my room and where the door was in relation to it. I remember because these 2 kids would sit where the light came in and talk to me until I fell asleep. Every night. My mom told me about how I'd play with them, or how when she would give me a bath I would look over her shoulder and wave to them. She said that she had no fear of them, as she was really getting nothing evil there happening. She noticed that I stopped talking about them, or to them, or anything having to do with it. She asked me one day what happened. I apparently told her that their mother had finally come and found them, and they all left together, and I never saw them again. I remember the way they looked, although I've never really been able to find any information on them. The house we lived in at the time was military housing in Fort Bragg. The land was older, and they looked like TV static, but with depth. I remember explaining to my family when I was about 5, they looked like the colors you see when you rub your eyes too hard or for too long. Oh, I know what you mean. I've lived in 14 homes, and this house was the most hateful haunting. We were a military family who moved quite often. Of all the 14 homes I've lived in, this house was the most intense haunting I've ever experienced. From the moment we stepped foot in that house, I could feel an insane heavy weight and darkness there. There were a few bizarre things about this house. Like, for one, somebody was watching me. I felt as if I was being stalked in this house every moment of every day. I could remember how uneasy I felt. The 2 rooms I despised the most were my parents' bedroom and bathroom, and my own bedroom. At the time, I was around 10 or 11 years old. My brother was maybe 15 or 16. We had chores as normal kids do. One of those had to do with cleaning parts of every bathroom in the house, including my parents'. My brother and I both refused to go into my parents' bathroom. I have no idea how to describe this feeling. There were so many mirrors in the bathroom. Felt like somebody was standing right behind you at all times in here. At 26, the thought of this room gives me chills. My mother, didn't question our concern and never forced us to be in there, thank God. My bedroom was the worst for me. I didn't spend much time in here as I felt the most seen in this room, and the dread I felt was immense. I would go to sleep every night hiding underneath the covers. That was because it made me feel better, but because I knew someone or something was watching me. I would hear whispers in this room, and my door would sway some nights. I felt as though my bed was a table that people were congregating around, as the whispers were different people in different spaces around me. I could never make out what they were saying, really, but to be honest, I didn't try to hear them. I ignored them every night. I was lucky enough to have a box TV in my room, and it sat on my tall dresser. One day I'm in my room watching TV, laying in front of the dresser, and I get this image in my head of the whole thing toppling over me, killing me. I disregard the idea as the dresser is real wood, extremely heavy with the added TV on the top. The dresser handles start to move and the dresser sways a bit by itself. I get up and never laid in front of it again. My brother and I would hear footsteps throughout the night. A few times we thought it must be a break-in, but it never was. Never physically saw anything in this house, but I've never had a more fearful, intense, and horrible feeling living somewhere. A soldier entity protected my family while my dad was deployed. We had recently been stationed at Texas, and this was a brand new house. We were the first family to live here. Some of the encounters from this particular ghost come from my brother and mother. This ghost was harmless, but very present. We had had a dog at the time, and she never growled, never bit anyone, and was the most gentle dog I'd met to this day. She was very much my brother's dog, but she watched over everyone in her family. One night, she's in my brother's room with him. She gets up and starts barking and growling where his doorframe is. All the hair on her back was standing up, and we've never seen her do this. A switch happens, and then she starts wagging her tail and lowering her guard, acting as if it was somebody that she knew was greeting her. Our dog was not shy to strangers either. She greeted everybody as if they were her best friend. And after that, she hopped back on his bed and went back to sleep. We would hear footsteps outside her home, as if somebody was on watch, walking around the perimeter of our house. My brother once saw a man standing in her backyard from the window. He calls to my mom, and they bolt outside to confront the intruder. The man was gone. My brother said that he looked like he was wearing some sort of uniform or chef's outfit. My dad was back from deployment at this point. My parents were asleep in their room. My dad, or rather, scratch that, my mom wakes up. In a daze, turns over to look at my father. That's when she sees a boot. She looks up and sees a man in a military uniform standing on the bed, 1 foot on either side of my dad's head looking down at him. My mother goes back to sleep. I do not understand to this day how she fell back asleep, but me neither. But she says that she was not fully awake and it didn't frighten her at the time. But when she woke up in the morning, she remembered what she saw. Another day, my mom was clearing out her closet and reorganizing. Just sort of, looking for things to donate. There are books on military issues that list the soldiers who passed away, including their picture. At this point, we had quite a few of these. My mom kept them in her closet. She had them on her dresser while cleaning, and when she left, she came back. One of the books on the stacks was placed on the floor, turned to what seemed like a specific page. My mother thinks this soldier ghost who watched over us was trying to show her who he was. We were never frightened by this presence, and in fact, I remember it fondly as the ghost who protected us. Weird shit in girlfriend's house. This happened not even an hour ago. My heart's still racing. My girlfriend is asleep, and like most nights, I got up to use the bathroom. While washing my hands, I heard her call my name from down the hall. At first, I thought she'd woken up wondering where I was. She's a light sleeper, and it's happened before. I call back, 1 second. But then I realized the voice wasn't coming from her room. It sounded like it came from the kitchen. At the other end of the hallway, really. I tried to brush it off, thinking maybe her voice echoed or imagined it or something, but something about it just felt wrong. For some context, her house is small. The hallway isn't much of a hallway. It connects to the bathroom and kitchen and living room and a bedroom at the end. So when I stepped out of the bathroom to head back to her room, I froze. In the corner of the living room, near the front door, I saw something. It wasn't human. It was a tall black mass, completely still and featureless, like it was just standing there watching me. My stomach dropped and I couldn't move. It didn't make a sound or even shift. It was just there. After a few seconds, I snapped out of it and bolted to a room. Quietly shut the door, locked it behind me. My girlfriend's still asleep and I don't want to wake her, but I can't stop shaking. I sat on the bed trying to convince myself it was nothing, maybe a shadow in the corner of the living room or my tired brain playing tricks on me. But I can't explain the voice. It sounded exactly like her calling my name from the kitchen, but she's been asleep the whole time. I've had weird experiences in her house before. It's not haunted, but it's definitely creepy. But this is completely different. Can't stop replaying the image of that thing standing there in the corner, completely motionless. I'm not sure what to do now. I'm laying in her bed, quietly freaking out, trying not to wake her. But I really am not sure what to do. I'm not necessarily religious or spiritual at all, but I'll do whatever's necessary that could even maybe help. Does my singing cause paranormal activity? Hi, I'm a beginning indie singer with a lot of unrecorded songs. Want to release them the best quality I can since all I have is a cheap mic I bought online in an apartment with thin walls. I prefer recording at night while I'm home alone and as not to have so much going on in the background of my songs. At first everything was going well. I even released a song and it didn't do so well, but I was happy because I had another one ready to record. I waited till everybody was gone that evening and got to work. Everything was going well until I started seeing things out of the corner of my view. Paid no mind the first time, thinking it was probably the light playing tricks on my tired eyes. I continued trying to sing, and soon dishes started to clink together. Things started to fall around the house, interrupting the recording. I had to call my mom, finish the song with her on call because I got way too spooked. I finally finished the song and released it. That one didn't do so well either, so I got to work and created a third song a few days later and was ready to record. I performed the same routine and the same things started happening. Things out of the corner of my eye and weird sounds and pots and pans clanging against each other. Except this time, my microphone crackled and then popped. Didn't want to record anything afterwards, and I didn't record the song. I was so angry. Angry that I was scared and not being able to enjoy something as simple as singing. Now I'm scared of singing while no one's home, which is kind of sad. I really love to do it. Now that I think about it, this kind of thing's always happened. It's just gotten worse. My question is, has anybody had a similar experience? Does anybody know why this is happening? Sincerely, maybe a soon-to-be famous singer. As a not famous singer whose mic does similar things, can't do much else other than concur. In fact, you guys have heard some of this popping. Alternatively, could be an electronic short. And usually when you blow into a microphone like that, or a condenser mic, it will make a popping sound. Then won't make any noise for a while. Till the diaphragm dries out. My brother cried and told me that he made a deal with the devil and slept, but when he woke up didn't remember anything. It was the summer night and I was just chilling when my brother, who was 14, came home from his football training. He told us that he had a headache and went to his room to sleep. About an hour he called us and said that he didn't feel good and needed help because he was about to throw up. His whole body was shaking as if he were freezing. My mom instructed me to call an ambulance because she was very worried about him. I immediately did so. As we waited for the ambulance, my mom went to bring him some water. Suddenly, he started to cry. I asked him why. He replied that he had made a deal with the devil, offering his soul in exchange for a great life for his family. He continued crying. It took approximately 20 minutes for the ambulance to arrive since we lived outside of the city, but by the time the ambulance arrived, he had fallen asleep again. However, when the doctors arrived and woke him up, he appeared surprised and asked why they were there. He claimed to feel completely fine and stated that the last thing he remembered was going to sleep after coming home. The doctors took a blood sample from him to test for any drugs and assured us that they would inform us if anything was wrong. But unfortunately, he never heard from them again, and to this day he doesn't remember anything about that incident, leaving me wondering if he truly made a deal with the devil. I think I talk to spirits at night. I think I talk to spirits when I sleep. The title makes me sound ridiculous, but let me give some explanation. I had a weird experience last night. This wasn't the first time. The first instance was a couple of years ago. After a small party, a female of 23 years of age, was sleeping with my girlfriend, a female of 21. We were in the living room with our friend, a female 22, and her boyfriend. Our friend, we're going to call her C, and I'm going to call her Carla, was awake and we were sleeping. I have weird dreams, but she left that night. She got scared after what she saw. She saw me grab a ball of light while I was still sleeping and brought it back down to me. Then the light supposedly left me, went around the room to her feet. She brings this up every time we get together now, and since then I have a habit of having vivid dreams. I saw 2 mediums this year in March, and they said I was a lighthouse for damaged souls. They both said this. One also said I find dimes from spirits around me. Other things were said, but it's not related to this story. For context, I've always been in haunted houses when I was growing up pretty much my whole life. I don't know if that means anything, but last night I woke up at around 3 a.m. to myself reaching out in the air as if I was sleeping in my back. I looked around and immediately told my girlfriend because I thought if I told her in the morning she wouldn't believe me. I remember the dream I had really clearly. This was before I woke up. My arms were reaching out and I was in a total black abyss. I couldn't see anything and I wasn't really a being either, but I felt a presence there. So I said hello, and whatever this was got excited. See, we didn't communicate with talking. I couldn't even see it. Imagine closing your eyes and seeing a light being shined toward you. It looked like that. But I knew what it was trying to get across. It didn't feel intimidating, it felt sad, but it was happy I could understand what it was there and what it was trying to say. I was talking to it, and it would communicate with a bright flickering light. It was a girl, and it seemed like she hasn't talked to anyone in a long time. I was there for a while just with her, and she seemed happy about it. When I woke up, I wasn't scared, but all I could think of was I hope that she's okay, and I hope she found her way to wherever she was going. After that, I got up, did my business in the washroom, and came back to bed, and there was a dime on the edge. That was where my feet would lay. We don't carry cash, and I picked it up and showed my girlfriend, and at this point she was scared and didn't want to go back to sleep. Find myself thinking about that girl all day today. I just wonder what I'm experiencing, if anybody else has been through it too. I need some insight on what to do if I could do anything to really help. Ghost in the front bedroom. My family have moved into my wife's parents' old home. That's while our own house is being rebuilt. This house we're staying in is only about 40 years old. Not aware of anybody passing away here. For weeks now, I've been having strange experiences in our bedroom, mainly with lights. The room light is regularly being turned on by something or someone, but not anyone human. My clock radio does a random thing sometimes too. The brightness will be adjusted by something or then lightly turn on and off by itself. It can also change color, which sometimes happens. Sometimes this happens several nights in a row, and then won't happen at all for weeks, without any real reason or intervention from us. But The most real encounter I've had was a few weeks ago. I was waking in the night to something tugging on the doorknob from my side of the bed. I sat up and looked around, thinking my 5-year-old son had come, but there was nothing visible at the end or the side of the bed. Lay down again while fully alert and had the covers yanked hard several times. That was too much for me. Got up and stayed awake the rest of the night. My wife doesn't even believe it happened, but I absolutely insist that it did. I was chatting with the neighbor who says that they used to have experiences a few years ago. That's where a clock radio would start making noise when it wasn't even plugged in. Any chance that these are connected? What might we be dealing with, if anything? I have a few stories to share, seeking some advice or guidance. The first time I encountered something unexplainable was around 5 to 7 years old. That was while my parents were away, and I was staying with my aunt, and I saw a photo of an uncle I'd never met. Curious, I asked my aunt about him. She told me that he had passed away. She shared many positive stories about him, and I remembered telling her that I'd have liked to have known him. Later that day, while watching TV at home, my dog was outside and started barking toward me through the window behind me. I turned around and I saw him growling and scratching at the window. And between us, the same uncle from the photo standing behind me with his hands in his pockets, just looking at me. My dog continued to bark at him, but I was frozen, unable to move or speak. I was thinking that somebody had broken into the house. After a few seconds into the house, I just disappeared into thin air, leaving me shocked and scared, wondering what I had just witnessed. I've also experienced things that others have also experienced. For some background, in Mexico, it's a tradition for the close family to gather at the deceased house to pray the rosary for 9 days after their passing. When my maternal grandfather passed away after I buried him, we returned to my grandparents' house. That's where my grandmother still lives. That day after praying, my uncle and I were talking when suddenly, through a window beside us, we both saw my grandfather walking from the street toward the entrance of the house. Quickly, my uncle turned to me. I could see the disbelief in his face, and he asked me, "Did you see what I just saw?" I replied that I had also seen my grandfather walking toward the house. My uncle rushed outside, opening the door to find no one there. The street was completely empty. We were left in shock, unable to believe what we had just witnessed. I've had many experiences like these, where I just see people staring at me, but I have also experienced negative situations. For example, when my brother and I were young, but old enough that my mom would trust us to stay home alone while she went grocery shopping. Often, strange things would happen when my brother and I were alone, especially when we played games. One time we were playing hide and seek. It was my turn to find him. Our house had 2 floors, and the upper floor had a hallway dividing the house. You could either go left or right from the middle of the hallway, but to reach one side, you had to pass through the hallway. It was my turn to seek, and I counted 15. I cheated a bit, and looked around while counting from 5 to 15, hoping to spot where he had hid. As I finished counting, I glanced to my right. I saw a silhouette similar to my brother's. A child around 9 or 10 years old running toward my parents' bedroom and hiding behind the bed. I finished counting and quickly ran to that room, only to find no one there. Panicked, I called out his name, saying I didn't want to play anymore, asking where he was. He was on the complete opposite side of the house, and that was the first time I saw the child in the house. Reflecting on it now, it seems like he was playing with my brother and me. At first, I didn't think much of it. But as months passed, more and more strange things happened around the house. It got to the point where I couldn't sleep in my room because I felt the child had taken over the space. My family thought I was imagining things, but it was very real to me. This child would move things in my room and make noises. even knock on the walls and doors, as if somebody was tapping on it. The fear became so intense that I would run out of my room and sleep on the parents' room or my brother's room. I remember waking up in the early hours to go to the bathroom. As I walked half asleep, someone would always blow sharply in my ear, startling me awake, and I would run back to my room in terror. This child appeared in different parts of the house, just for a second or two, running past a doorway or down a hallway. It wasn't until I dreamed of him that things changed. In my dream, I got up as usual to get ready for school. The child came to me smiling. Enraged, I shouted at him, telling him to leave and that I never wanted to see him again. The child cried, ran out through the front door, and after that, I never saw him again. I've experienced paranormal things around my whole house, but many strange things happened in my parents' room. I remember seeing people walking around in there before. Once I came back with a basket of clean laundry to my parents' room and I was completely alone in the house. I remember walking into my parents' room and seeing an old woman, around 70 years old, with white hair sitting on their bed. She was dressed in a black dress and looking sadly out of the window beside the bed. After 2 or 3 seconds, she disappeared, leaving me with the feeling of dread. Not only have I experienced these paranormal events, but they've also occurred to my family, especially on my mother's side. For instance, before my grandfather passed away, my mother's father, my mom had a weird experience. She was asleep when something suddenly woke her up. Upon opening her eyes, she didn't see anybody, but heard a woman's voice whisper into her ear. "Tell your father that he has 10 days to confess." In the Catholic Church, confession is important to the forgiveness of sins, especially before death, as a way to repent and seek the opportunity to enter heaven with God. Startled by the message, my mom woke up and called my grandparents' house. My grandmother assured her that everything was fine and that my grandfather was okay. They had just finished breakfast. However, my mom insisted that he go to the doctor for a checkup, explaining what just happened to my grandmother. Concerned, my grandmother also urged my grandfather to see the doctor. A couple of days later, after some checkups, they discovered he had advanced colon cancer, and he passed away sometime after. This experience of waking up to a warning and then discovering my grandfather's illness has been one of the most puzzling moments for our family. It's a mystery how my mother received this message, alerting her to my grandfather's condition. I don't constantly have paranormal phenomena in my mind. I just go about my normal life. But if I enter a place, I can quickly sense if something is off or if there's a presence watching me. Even when I'm alone or with others, I sometimes catch a glimpse of people walking by for just a second, seeing their silhouette approach or stand behind me before they quickly disappear. After that, they vanish. I can still feel their presence near me. I like to think they're people I know or deceased relatives, like my grandfather, uncles, or my father. I hope it's them, but I'll never be entirely sure. Most of the time, I don't feel their presence as negative. It feels positive, as if they have good intentions. I try to talk to them in both English and Spanish, hoping for a sign or a message. There's no clear way to communicate with them or to confirm if they want to speak or just observe. This is why I'm writing this post. I'm asking if anybody knows how to develop this ability or gift, if that's what it is. I'm not sure what to call it, but if anybody can help me improve or communicate with these entities, I'm willing to try. As a child, these experiences scared me, but now at 26, with a more open mind, I'm not as fearful. I want to experience these situations more often. Be careful what you wish for. My great-grandmother always visited me on my birthday. My great-grandmother always called me her birthday angel. We shared the same birthday, November 11th. She had dementia very badly leading up to her passing, but she always remembered that I was her birthday angel even when she couldn't remember anything else. Every year since she died right around the date of her birthday, I would experience a visit from her. I would always smell her perfume first. She had a very distinct, strong perfume smell. It would consume me, and I'd feel warmth like she was giving me a hug. It felt like when you close your eyes and look up into the sun. It would last for about a minute, 2 minutes. Then she would disappear. I look forward to that moment every year. It doesn't always happen on the exact date, but sometimes a few days before or the night prior. Never had to wait until after my birthday, though. This is the first year I've not had that experience, at least yet. We finally were able to get her ashes from a family member earlier this year and put them to rest. So part of me hopes that this means that she's moved on and resting peacefully. The selfish part of me is hoping that she'll come stay, or at least come say happy birthday one last time. I needed to get this off my chest, and I'm hoping maybe somebody here will understand. It's been 12 years now, but I still miss her. My heart aches this time of year. An orb of light exploded in my living room a year ago, causing me to feel energy fields ever since. It started the afternoon after I got back from a 2-week trip to the Middle East, to Israel, Jordan, and Turkey. I was sitting in our living room in the early afternoon. I was drinking some tea and reading on my phone. That's when I noticed my index finger, middle finger, and thumb on my right hand started feeling like they were tingling and increasing in intensity. It felt totally unusual, but how I could best describe it was like being charged up. I didn't think much of it other than it was odd, but it was distracting, so I kept looking over at my hand. My wife noticed me looking at it and said, "What's wrong with your hand?" "I don't know, it just feels weird and it's tingling," I said. "Let me see." She walked over to where I was sitting down and reached out to touch it, and before she could even reach her hand to mine, both felt an explosive, pulsing orb of energy flash between us. That was without us even yet making contact with each other. It looked to me like a white sphere expanding outwards and exploding between us. Her hand was maybe 12-18 inches away from even touching me when this happened. She jumped back, and out loud we both yelled, "Whoa, what the fuck was that?" My immediate reaction was to try it again. I stood up and walked over to her, where I felt instinctually drawn to hovering my fingers over top of her chest and back several inches above it, as though I was scanning across her like a metal detector. It felt as though there were strings of light connecting my fingers to her, and for part of this experience I could actually visualize them and see them, though it felt more like a type of augmented reality, as I knew they weren't literally visible in the room. I could just see them. Extending out of my fingers, it was like tentacles of spaghetti light, reaching out to her body towards points of contact that felt like areas of increased energy, where the field of area felt denser, with almost a magnetic resistance type of feeling. While some areas would have almost none, and in the clear areas my fingers still tingled a little bit, but would feel like the area was either clear of energy, weight, or had diminished magnetic resistance until I'd get closer to a denser area where the field would increase. That was until I could almost find the densest energetic point within the area. The dense areas felt like energy continents, like where the closer I moved my finger to their relative center, the stronger the pull between the tip of my finger and the cord of energy reaching out towards it was. It was almost like my finger was being tugged toward the fields where the magnetic connection was the strongest, and once I felt the edges of one in these denser spaces, I could move my finger around the area to feel where the energy was the densest and determine where the borders of these energy continents were. My fingers very much felt like antennae of sorts, both broadcasting to her but receiving at the same time. It was kind of like scanning through static on a radio station or hitting an auditory frequency that gets clearer until you tune the station in perfectly where the audio is most clear. If I moved past where it was most in tune, I could immediately feel it. I literally could feel and hear my wife's heartbeat from about 2, maybe 3 feet or more away as an electrical pulse. When I moved anywhere outside that narrow field of space, it would get quiet until I was far enough away that it would be gone. Think of the area as being 6 to 12 inches or so in diameter, roughly. I could hear her heart pulsing in my head in addition to feeling it in my finger. It also sounded a little bit like I could feel a hum in between beats, so I could kind of sound like a lightsaber swinging, like when passing over her heart, then idling between swings when I pointed my fingers away. I tried to see if I could feel the energy with my other hand and pulling on where I perceived the cord of light to be, but couldn't feel it with my left hand even though I could visualize it still via the scanning of my right hand I was doing. I still tried to pull on the energy with my left hand, though knowing that maybe it was still doing something, as even if I couldn't feel the field with my left hand, I could still visualize it. This went on for about 10 or 15 minutes, with both of us kind of remarking and kind of freaking out while I'm doing it. What is this? What's going on? How is this possible? That comprised of most of what was said while I was scanning her. Other than that, we were mostly speechless, just taking the experience in. My wife could feel me doing all this the entire time. Made me stop after 10 to 15 minutes, and she said she felt exhausted by it. She said it feels uncomfortable and she feels a little bit violated when I do it. Not the greatest first review of my energy abilities. After stopping, it slowly fizzled out though, and I could feel residuals of the sensation of both the rest of the day and the, well, you could say intermittent spurts afterwards. Afterwards, we went on about her day, not even talking about it till late that evening. It's weird when I think about it because it was the craziest thing that we both ever experienced, but somehow we were both at a loss for words. It was like stepping into some parallel reality that was too much for us to process at that moment. However, later that night I awoke and couldn't get back to sleep. Found myself again with an irresistible urge to get up and write the experience down while it was fresh. Tried to talk myself out of it, thinking I'd still remember it in the morning, but my mind kept saying, no, write it down now. It was around 3 a.m., and as soon as I finished writing the experience down, our master bedroom bathroom light slowly pulsed on to full blast, then abruptly turned back off. I looked at the clock, and it was 3:33 a.m., if the story couldn't get any weirder. Anyway, about 7 to 10 days went by where I thought about it daily. Didn't even consider typing it again, as I sort of just expected it was some freak spontaneous moment. However, couldn't get it off my mind, and eventually decided to share the story with a family member whose Reiki experience, thinking maybe she was gonna have some kind of useful information. She was the first one to suggest that I should try again. Told me to go to experiment with one of my wife's many crystals, who owns an online crystal boutique, by the way. My aunt said that quartz is very powerful in Reiki sessions, so later that evening I found the biggest piece of quartz I could find on her shelves, walked over to it, reached out my hand, and immediately once my hand was about 6 to 12 inches away, I could feel this energy field again. It freaked me out a little. Pulled my hand back like I just touched a hot burner or something. I repeated this again for about another 5 minutes until my entire arm felt like it was pulsating with this energy all the way up to my shoulder. In the few weeks that followed, I found that this tingling would activate at random. I could feel it coming on, and once it was, stimulated, I could feel the field of objects. However, after several months now of experimenting and working with it on my own, I've developed it to where I can activate it almost instantly at will. No other time has been as intense with sound and visuals as that initial Big Bang moment, but whatever got activated in me has most definitely stayed on. It's like stepping into a weird dream. Keep thinking I'm going to wake up any day and the ability will be gone, but it hasn't. Quite to the contrary. For the initial months after I was obsessed with trying to feel the field of energy, now if anything it has become pretty much so normal to me like an extra sentence. When I want to do it now, I simply just have to think for a few seconds about connecting with the object and agree in my head to connect, and within a few seconds I sort of tune in and lock onto it. It doesn't come on spontaneously as much anymore now that I can turn it on, but every now and again it will. I've been doing various experiments, testing different objects, usually crystals because they're usually more intense, but I've tried everyday objects too, with most having some sort of feeling to their field. My pets, and definitely feel like I can feel injuries or organs or areas of inflammation in particular, but as well as my wife and several others who I've shared the story with. All of them felt something, with most describing it like a low-level electrical current, sometimes with a magnetic field to it, like a 9-volt battery on your tongue, but sometimes with a magnetic force to it too. My wife calls it sparkly fingers. I told my very skeptical sister about this for weeks before, and she would let me try it on her hand, and within a couple of minutes, she freaked out when I zapped her and immediately said to me, "Who are you?" If things couldn't get more unusual, unrelated to the investigation of this, I was at a local cemetery one time since, and immediately it spontaneously activated when I got on the property. Caught me off guard. Wasn't even thinking about it or anticipating it, if not for being for that purpose. However, for the next hour I was there, I could feel the energy signature of every single grave I scanned over. Each one a unique intensity, just like the unique signatures of crystals. That was the first time I realized I can use this sense from as far as 6 to 10 feet away. Never would have guessed it had more of a range, and since I've been able to target my wife where she can feel me scanning her from across the room from about 10 feet away. Since this happened, I've been trying to learn as much as I can about all related modalities or traditions that could shed some light on this phenomenon. I didn't already have a model for this before it happened to me, so it's been a lot to catch up on. Didn't really have any vocabulary for it. I wasn't already in Reiki and energy work or related concepts. Even though my wife does have a crystal store, I really wasn't into crystals myself beyond an aesthetic appreciation. I always very dismissive or metaphysical or New Age claims about them, for example. I don't have ambitions of being a healer or anything of the sorts. I don't think I'd even want that responsibility. I have no gift attached to this, and it's quite literally turned my entire worldview upside down. If anything, it's been incredibly distracting, taking my focus away from many things that now feel very trivial compared to getting to the bottom of this. Ultimately, I would love if I could find a way to measure it somehow beyond my own sense of it, but also learn or understand if there's any purpose to beyond knowing that I can simply feel the field of things. How does it feel for me? Well, when I connect with something, I can basically feel how far out I feel the field and where its densest point is. I can almost push on the edge of that densest energy point like I'm pushing against a pillowy magnetic field. Can back my hand off just slightly and rest my hand on this field sometimes. Sometimes I also feel the rate and speed of the vibration like a 9-volt battery to tongue sensation, but at different speeds and intensities. Washing hands will diminish it, but only as long as hands are wet. So, also worth noting that I seem sensitive to electronics now a little too. Sometimes using my phone makes my hand tingle while scrolling, and I generally feel like the battery or electrical component of the device are in a similar way finding energy buildups in a person. Interesting. Sweet dreams. Footsteps in the hallway. I'm reaching out because my mind is stuck on a case that's took over my entire life in ways I didn't anticipate. What started as seemingly ordinary investigation turned into something far more complex and unsettling. I set everything else aside to focus on it, and originally I was looking for advice or insights from anybody who might have experience with cases like this. But now I feel like this is just a major trauma dump. I've never been great with grammar, so bear with me as I try to deliver this experience as best as I can. I used to run a little bit, or run a true crime podcast. I left that behind because of this one. Oh, this one case. It's consumed me entirely. It's all I think about, all I can focus on. It haunts my every waking moment, and I just can't shake it. The more I looked into this case, the more I realized the police didn't dig deep enough. Whether by oversight or something else, I wasn't sure. But I couldn't just sit back and wait for answers that might never come. That's why I went full-on vigilante investigator. If they won't do what needs to be done, then I will. Consider this my written podcast, a journal, or maybe just a way to keep myself from feeling so isolated. I don't have anyone to talk to about this other than my therapist, and maybe one of you will find this as compelling as I do. Maybe even help me find some solidarity. So, here we go. Let me tell you about the case that's taken over my life and why I can't let it go, even after everything I went through. It all started late one night when I was up too late. I was researching cases for my podcast. That's when I came across an article titled, "The Disappearance of Hargrove Couple." Never heard of it before, which immediately caught my attention. As I read, I was drawn in, but it didn't take long to realize that something was off. The police involvement seemed questionable, and the evidence was minimal, and the case had almost no public awareness. It felt like it had been deliberately pushed aside, and that made me want to dig even deeper. I decided to make my own case file. I do this anyway with all the cases I cover, but I really wanted to break this one down as much as I could in my own way. This is the first case file I wrote up. Case report: Disappearance of Hargrove Couple. Date: September 12th, 2017. Location: Gypsy Pines Airbnb, Stowe, Vermont. Missing persons: Jordan Hargrove, 32, and Emily Hargrove, 30. Background: Jordan and Emily Hargrove, a married couple from Boston, Massachusetts, rented an Airbnb in Stowe, Vermont for a weekend getaway. The property, known as Gypsy Pines, is a secluded century-old Victorian house. It's located deep in the woods, known for its rustic charm and peaceful surroundings. Timeline of events. Day 1, September 8th, 2017. The Hargroves arrived at Gypsy Pines at 4 p.m. They settled in, took photos, shared them with friends and family, excited about their stay. The first night passed without incident. Day 2, September 9th, 2017. 8:15 p.m., the Hargroves called 911, reporting strange, intermittent thumping sounds coming from the hallway upstairs. Emily described the noises as heavy footsteps, but Jordan dismissed them as possibly just the old house creaking. The dispatcher reassured them that it was likely nothing serious. Day 3, September 10th, 2017. 7:45 p.m. Emily Hargrove called 911 again. This time she reported hearing scratching noises on the walls. She was more anxious, saying the sounds were now constant and seemed to be moving around. The dispatcher suggested it could be animals, but Emily insisted it wasn't. The couple was advised to contact local pest control, but no immediate action was taken by authorities. Day 4, September 11th, 2017. 10:05 p.m. Jordan Hargrove made another 911 call. His voice was shaky as he explained that he had heard whispering sounds, even though they were alone in the house. He mentioned seeing fleeting shadows in their peripheral vision and that the scratching noises had intensified, almost as if something was trying to get in. The dispatcher offered to send a patrol car, but the Hargroves declined, saying that they'd wait it out. Day 5, September 12th, 2017, 9:30 p.m. The final 911 call came from both Jordan and Emily, who were frantic. They claimed that doors that they had locked earlier were found wide open, and a figure was seen standing at the end of the upstairs hallway at the top of the stairs. The call ended abruptly, with the couple screaming. All attempts to call them back went unanswered. Discovery. The local police were dispatched to the property at 10:15 p.m. approximately 45 minutes after the last 911 call. Upon arrival, they found the house completely dark. The front door was ajar. There were no signs of the couple inside. The officers noted the following. 1. The house was in perfect condition. 2. The couple's belongings, including their phones and wallets, were still in the house, but there was no sign of Jordan or Emily. 3. There were muddy footprints leading from the hallway to the back door, which was also found open, leading into a dense woods behind the property. Investigation. There pretty much wasn't one. A search of the surrounding area was conducted by local law enforcement, but search and rescue teams were not dispatched. No effort to gather volunteers were made. I've called the department many times to ask why this was the case, but nobody wanted to comment. Security footage from nearby properties revealed nothing unusual. There's no witnesses who reported seeing the couple leaving the house. The only peculiar detail was that neighbors reported hearing what they described as odd, low-frequency sounds coming from the direction of Gypsy Pines that night. Weird, right? I'd like to imagine the sound was like the videos you put on when you get water into your phone, but I don't know. Theories and speculation. Supernatural. Some local teens and Twitter detectives believe that it was either aliens, Bigfoot, or even a witch from the woods. Ooh. Criminal activity. Investigators have not ruled out foul play, but the lack of evidence or motive was stymied this line of inquiry. Wildlife. Some speculate that wild animals could be responsible for the sounds and the couple's disappearance. But if it were animals, wouldn't the scene have been a bit more gruesome and messy? Status. The case remains open with no new leads. The Gypsy Pines property has not been renovated from Airbnb listings, and the house is currently still up to book. The disappearance of Jordan and Emily Hargrove went in and out of the media very fast. Seems the whole town doesn't really think much of it at all. Public appeal. Authorities don't have much to say about the case these days, but still have flyers up around the city urging people to speak up if they have any information. And again, this was the first case file I made, until I found a separate article titled, The Disappearance of Collins Couple. And what do you know, they went missing from none other than Gypsy Pines. Incident report. The Disappearance of Collins Couple. Date. September 21st through the 24th, 2018. Location, Gypsy Pines Airbnb, Stowe, Vermont. Missing persons, Megan Collins, 28, and Paul Collins, 29. Background. Megan and Paul Collins, a young couple from New York City. They were seeking a quiet retreat to celebrate their 5th wedding anniversary. They booked Gypsy Pines, unaware of the recent disappearance of Jordan and Emily Hargrove. The Victorian-era home surrounded by dense forest seemed perfect for a peaceful, secluded getaway. The Collins arrived at the Gypsy Pines in the late afternoon. They were immediately charmed by the house's old-world ambiance and its tranquil setting. They spent the evening exploring the house, noting its creaky floors and the faint, musty smell typical of older homes. Megan mentioned feeling a slight chill in the air, especially near the corner of the rooms. They attributed it to the house's age. As they settled in for the night, the couple began to hear soft footsteps in the upstairs hallway. The sounds were faint at first, almost like somebody lightly pacing back and forth. Paul initially dismissed it as the house settling, but Megan felt uneasy, noting that the footsteps seemed too deliberate to be random creaks. They tried to ignore the noises and went to bed. Day 2, September 22nd, 2018. The next day, Megan and Paul explored the nearby woods, visited a local cafe. They discussed the odd noise from the night before, but they tried to laugh it off, attributing it to the house's age and their overactive imaginations. That evening, as they prepared for bed, the footsteps returned, louder and more persistent than before. And this time the sound seemed to echo throughout the house, as if someone or something was walking up and down the hallways. Megan grew increasingly anxious, and Paul, though trying to remain calm, couldn't shake the feeling that they were not alone. 10:30 p.m., Paul called 911, reporting the strange sounds. He described the footsteps and mentioned that it was coming from the upstairs hallway. He also noted that they had begun hearing faint whispers, seemingly coming from the corners, though they couldn't make out what was being said. The dispatcher suggested they leave the house, but the couple decided to stay, thinking it might be a local prank or just their nerves. Day 3, September 23, 2018. The following day, the couple tried to shake off the previous night's events by spending the day outside in the garden. But a sense of unease lingered between them. Megan felt as though they were being watched, even though they were alone. Paul, too, couldn't shake the feeling of dread that seemed to hang over them. That evening, the atmosphere in the house grew even more unsettling. The footsteps became heavier, and the whispers grew louder. Now the couple could hear their names being whispered, though the voices were distorted and seemed to come from different directions, always originating from the corners of the rooms. 11 p.m. Megan called 911. Her voice was trembling. She reported that the footsteps were now pacing directly outside of their bedroom door, and the whispers were almost shouting their names from the corners. She mentioned that the shadows in the corner seemed to be growing darker, more defined, as if something was standing there. The dispatcher tried to keep her calm, but the call ended abruptly when Megan screamed and the line went dead. Day 4, September 24th, 2018. The Collins were scheduled to check out of the Gypsy Pines on September 24th, but they never did. When the property manager arrived to clean the house, they found the couple's belongings scattered throughout the home. The bed was unmade and their phones were left on the nightstand, both with dead batteries. Police were called, and a search of the property and surrounding woods was conducted. There was no sign of Megan or Paul. The only clues were the muddy footprints by the back door, and the faint, almost imperceptible sound of footsteps in the empty hallways. Investigation. The disappearance of Megan and Paul Collins deepened the mystery surrounding Gypsy Pines. Investigators just noted the similarities between the Collins case and the earlier disappearance of the Hargrove couple. Both couples reported hearing footsteps in the hallways, whispers in the corners, and feeling a pervasive sense of dread before vanishing without a trace. Again, no extensive searches were done and zero forensic analysis was done on the muddy footprints. No evidence was found to explain the Collins disappearance. The house itself remains an enigma, with no signs of forced entry or struggle. The corners of the rooms where the whispers had been reported stood tall and hollow, like almost moving like a mirage. No logical explanation could be found for this phenomenon. Theories and speculation. Supernatural. Given the consistent reports of footsteps and whispers, many believe that the Gypsy Pines is haunted by malevolent spirits. The shadows in the corners, the disembodied voices, and the feeling of being watched suggest that something otherworldly may be responsible for the disappearances. Psychological effects. Some people theorize that the house's isolation, combined with its age and possibly infrasound and electromagnetic fields, could cause hallucinations and auditory distortions, leading to the residents to believe that they were experiencing paranormal activity. Unknown entity. Another theory suggests that an unknown entity, possibly a person or creature, is responsible for the sounds and the disappearances, though no evidence has been found to support this. Status. The case of Megan and Paul Collins remains open with no new leads. Gypsy Pines has not been sealed off, and the property is still up on Airbnb. You would think that the disappearances, along with the unsettling experiences reported by the Collins and others, would have made Gypsy Pines a place of local infamy, shrouded in mystery and fear. But again, nobody really thinks or talks about it anymore, and the police stay silent. Public appeal. Authorities put up posters of the Collins right next to the Hargroves that say anybody with information about the whereabouts of Megan and Paul Collins or any details about the strange occurrences at Gypsy Pines, please come forward. But nobody ever did. So, scrolling through Facebook late one night after concluding that case file, that's when an ad popped up for none other than Gypsy Pines. A picture of a quaint Victorian house nestled deep in the woods in Vermont covered my screen. The photos were idyllic, an isolated, charming retreat surrounded by towering pines. To me, it screamed dread and ugliness. Gypsy Pines had been on my radar for years now, and now I get an ad about it. Been working the case quietly, gathering what little information I could without tipping off whoever might be involved. But the trail had gone cold. I needed to see this place for myself. The ad felt like an invitation, almost like it was waiting for me to take the bait. So I booked the house for 1 week, September 18th through the 24th of 2023. I packed my bags with the essentials, clothes, a few personal items, and of course, my gun, tucked safely away. I also grabbed my notebook and my laptop, the one I'm using now actually. Started my 8-hour drive to Stowe, Vermont. This next part is where I start losing my mind. Every time I tell somebody this part of my life, I kind of see through, like, well, what the heck are they writing here? I have to see it through for y'all, so you're welcome. Even my therapist tells me not to talk about it anymore, but I do digress. From now on, I'll be posting first-hand and real-time account of when I was there, and I'll pop in every now and then for commentary, but most of it will be what I experienced at the time. As I pulled up to Gypsy Pines, the first thing that struck me was how isolated it truly was. The house stood alone at the end of a long, winding dirt road, surrounded by thick, towering pines that seemed to close in around it. The Victorian architecture had a certain charm, but in the fading light it looked more like a relic from another time, one that had been forgotten by the world. I parked the truck and sat there for a moment, just taking it all in. The house had a brooding presence, like it was watching me as much as I was watching it. The windows were dark, reflecting the dense woods behind me. As I stepped out of the truck and headed to the front door, the crunch of gravel underneath my boots was the only sound in the stillness of the air and the cold and the damp, carrying the earthy scent of the forest. Inside, the house was eerily quiet. It was as if it had been waiting for me, untouched since the last person left. The floors creaked underfoot, and the faint smell of old wood and dust hung in the air. I set my bags down in the hallway and took a quick look around. Furniture was antique, heavy and dark, fitting perfectly with the house's age. Everything was in place, but it felt like no one had lived there for years. If they could afford ads on Facebook, someone's there. The place was unsettling, to say the least. There was something off about it, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It didn't take long. I needed to stock up on supplies before it got too dark. Grabbing my keys, I headed back out of the truck and drove into town. Stowe was as strange as I'd heard. The town was small, almost too small. Just a few main streets lined with old weathered buildings that looked like they hadn't seen a coat of paint in decades. The fog hung low, shrouding everything in a thick gray mist that made it feel like I was driving through a ghost town. The few people that I did see seemed wary, giving me sideways glances as I passed by. There was a sort of tension in the air, like the whole town was holding its breath. The grocery store was no different. The cashier, an older woman with deep lines etched into her face, barely spoke as she rang up my items. She didn't ask why I was in town, didn't make any small talk, just scanned each item in silence, her eyes darting up to me only once or twice as if trying to decide something. It was unsettling, but I paid and left without comment, eager to get back to the house. Driving back, the mist seemed to close in even more, swallowing up the road behind me. By the time I reached Gypsy Pines, the sky was a dull, muted gray, and the house was almost lost in the fog. Parked the truck, sat for a moment, looking at the house, trying to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Inside, the house was just as I left it, but it felt different somehow. Maybe it was just the growing darkness or the strange vibe in town, but the air seemed heavier and more oppressive. I unpacked my groceries quickly, my mind already running through the steps of the investigation. I'd start in the morning, go through the house room by room, take notes on anything unusual. But for now, all I could do was wait for whatever was hiding within these walls to show itself. After unloading the groceries, I went to unpack my bags. The hallway stretched out before me, long and narrow, cutting through the center of the house like a knife. The floorboards groaned under my weight as I moved deeper inside, each step echoing off the old walls. Instinctively, I reached out and slid my hand along the hallway wall. The wood was cold, unnaturally so. It seemed to leach the warmth from my skin. It was like touching the surface of a forgotten grave. The chills seeped into me. Quickly pulled my hand away, feeling uneasy. As I walked, I realized I had gone the length of the hallway without passing my bags. I was certain I'd left them right in the middle of the hall. But there they were, neatly on the top of the bed in the back bedroom. At the time, I didn't put much thought into it. I shrugged it off, figuring it must have been distracted. Distracted more than I realized. But as I think back on it now, the truth seems more unsettling. Those bags didn't move on their own, and I hadn't carried them there. Whatever was in that house or lurking in the woods beyond was eager for me to settle in, to get comfortable. They'd wanted me there, in that back bedroom, isolated and alone. That much is clear to me now, though I didn't understand it then. I was too focused on the investigation, too intent on finding answers, to see what was right in front of me. But that chill I felt when I touched the hallway wall, the way the house seemed to breathe around me, like it was waiting, that was the first sign that I was dealing with something beyond the ordinary. Something that had been waiting for me long before I even knew this place existed. Shook my head and headed into the room to put all my clothes away. As I finished unpacking, the house settled into silence again. The kind that seeps into your bones, makes you second-guess every creak and whisper of the wind. I was alone in that house, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was just out of sight watching and waiting. After settling in, I decided to start my investigation early. The sun had barely set, but the light outside was fading fast. I didn't want to waste any more time. Grabbed my flashlight, laptop, camera, then began my systematic sweep of the house, starting with the ground floor. The living room was filled with heavy antique furniture, all covered in a thin layer of dust. I moved through it slowly, scanning every corner, every piece of furniture, looking for anything that might stand out. But the room was just as it appeared, old, abandoned, and filled with a sense of lingering sorrow. The kitchen was next, a narrow, dimly lit space that smelled faintly of mildew. The cupboards were filled with ancient canned goods long past their expiration dates. A fierce metaphor against the new groceries I'd sat next to them. I noted the oddness of it. Considering the house was still being rented out, it was as if whoever owned this place wanted to remain stuck in time, untouched by the outside world. Or that is its allure. I moved to the dining room, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. The long wooden table was set for two, but the plates and silverware were tarnished, as if they hadn't been touched in years. A heavy, oppressive feeling hung in the air, making it hard to breathe. Took a few pictures, noting this eerie atmosphere. As I made my way back to the hallway, I couldn't resist the urge to run my hand along the wall again. The cold was still there, but this time it felt even colder, as if the temperature had dropped even further. Pulled my hand back quickly, trying to shake off the unease that was slowly creeping into my bones. Then I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible sound coming from upstairs. It was a faint whisper, followed by the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving down the hallway above me. My heart skipped a beat. I stood frozen, listening intently. The footsteps continued for a few seconds, then stopped as if whoever or whatever was up there had paused, waiting for me to make the next move. I knew I had to check it out. This was what I'd come for after all. Turned off my flashlight to let my eyes adjust to the darkness and dim glow of the setting sun. Then slowly made my way up the creaky staircase, each step feeling heavier than the last. The house seemed to grow quieter with every step I took, the air thickening, pressing in on me. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched out before me, long and narrow, just like the one downstairs. The doors to the bedrooms were all closed, but one was slightly ajar, the door directly above the room where I'd found my bags earlier. My pulse quickened as I approached, the door creaking open just a little bit more as I neared it. I pushed the door open with the tip of my flashlight, shining the beam inside. The room was normal, but something felt off, like the air was charged with an energy I couldn't see. Took a step inside, scanning the room, my flashlight sweeping across the walls and floor and the bed. Then I saw it on the far wall in the corner, where the shadows seemed the deepest. A faint outline of something scratched into the plaster. I moved closer, shining a light on it. The marks were jagged, almost like claw marks. They trailed down from the ceiling to the floor as if something had been trying to escape. A sudden gust of cold air blew through the room and the door slammed shut behind me with a force that rattled the windows. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. There was nothing there, just the heavy, suffocating silence and the feeling that I was no longer alone. Something was in the house with me. Something had been waiting for me to find it. I wasn't sure what it was, but I knew one thing. It didn't want me to leave. And then, like a slap to the face, it hit me. Could have just turned on all the lights in the house instead of creeping around with a flashlight like some low-budget horror flick detective. The sheer stupidity of it made me cringe, realizing I'd been playing right into the cliché fumbling in the dark when I didn't need to be. Oh, I stood there shaking my head at my own ridiculousness. The tension that had been kind of coiling tight in my chest eased just a bit as I flicked on the bedroom light. The warm glow filled the space, pushing the shadows back into their corners. For a moment, the room felt almost normal. With the lights on, everything seemed less menacing. The claw marks on the wall, though still disturbing, looked less like the work of some hidden beast and more like the scratches of an animal. Something explainable. Something I could deal with. I mentally scolded myself for letting the atmosphere of the place get to me. This was just an old house with old quirks, but the uneasy feeling in my gut told me it wasn't quite that simple. I left the bedroom and moved down the hallway, flipping on every light switch I passed. The house slowly came to life, each room bathed in a soft yellow light. The living room, the dining room, the kitchen, they all looked ordinary now, just rooms in an old neglected house, and a sense of being watched that prickled the back of my neck didn't completely fade. I returned to the back bedroom where the marks on the wall had drawn my attention again. I needed to get a closer look. Stepped over to the corner and traced the scratches with my fingers. They were deep, gouged into the plaster, and as I followed them down the floor, I noticed something else. A faint, almost imperceptible stain on the floorboards beneath the scratches. It was dark, nearly black, and my heart skipped a beat when I realized it could be dried blood. I crouched down, running my hand over the wood. The boards were cold to the touch, colder than the rest of the room, and that sense of wrongness surged back, stronger than before. This wasn't just some random animal damage. Something had happened here, something violent, and the house had kept its secrets locked away. Why didn't the police mention these marks in the evidence? Why didn't they get a sample of this blood to test? So many questions filled my brain, and I became increasingly frustrated. A noise broke the silence, a soft thud from somewhere downstairs. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't the house settling. This was something else. I quickly rose to my feet, every nerve on edge. I grabbed my flashlight again, despite the lights being on now. Started toward the hallway. But before I could step out, I heard it again. Another thud. This time closer, like something moving through the rooms below me. I knew I had to check it out, even though every instinct was screaming at me to stay put. I just couldn't ignore it. I was here to investigate, after all. Made my way down the stairs, one hand gripping the banister, the other holding the flashlight like a weapon. As I reached the bottom step, the house seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation. I paused, listening. The thudding had stopped, replaced by a faint, almost imperceptible whispering sound, like the wind moving through the trees. But this wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from the next room, the living room where I'd left the lights on. The whispering grew louder as I approached, and with it a sense of dread curled in my stomach. I knew I was about to see something that would shatter whatever remained of my skepticism. Pulled open the door to the living room, and there in the center of the room the furniture had been moved, arranged in a perfect circle with nothing inside it. I stood frozen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, as if urging me to step into the circle. But every fiber of my being told me not to. I took a step back, and as I did, the lights in the room flickered, then went out completely, plunging me into complete darkness. The whispering stopped, replaced by a silence so profound it pressed me from all sides. I could feel the house around me, alive and watching, waiting for my next move. The whispering intensified, wrapping around me like a suffocating blanket. My flashlight flickered, struggling against the oppressive darkness. And just as I felt the fear building to a crescendo, the lights flicked back on with a harsh sudden brilliance. I blinked, disoriented, and spun around, expecting to find something or someone behind me. But the room was empty, silent except for the pounding of my heart in my ears. I turned back to the living room, half expecting the furniture to be arranged in that unnerving circle again. But it wasn't. Everything was back in place exactly as it had been before I walked in. The heavy armchairs, the old wooden coffee table, the dusty rug, they all sat in their proper spots, like they'd never been moved at all. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of it. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was I so spooked by this place that I was seeing things that weren't actually there? The thought gnawed at me. For a moment, I genuinely questioned my sanity. But the memory of those whispers, that palpable sense of dread, was too vivid to dismiss as a mere imagination. I shook my head, forcing myself to focus. I couldn't afford to fall apart now. Not when I had just begun to scratch the surface of whatever was happening here. I needed to ground myself, to push through the fear. So I did the most mundane thing I could think of. Walked over to the fireplace and flipped the switch to turn it on. Nice fireplace. The flames roared to life, casting a warm, flickering glow across the room, pushing the shadows back into their corners. I watched the fire for a few moments, letting the heat and light chase away the lingering chill that had settled deep into my bones. Then I moved to the kitchen. The house was still, but the air was thick with the memory of what had just happened. Sat down at the old wooden table, pulled out my notebook, and began to jot down everything I could remember. Every detail, every sensation. Needed to capture it all while it was still fresh in my mind, even if it did make me sound crazy. As I wrote, the normalcy of the task helped me to steady my nerves, but that underlying unease never completely faded. I was alone in this house, but I knew better than to think I was the only one here. Something was watching, waiting. It was only a matter of time before it made itself known again. But for now, all I could do was sit at the kitchen table, the fire crackling behind me, and try to make sense of the impossible. I was hunched over the table, scribbling down notes, when a sudden knock echoed through the house. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to cut through the stillness, send a jolt of unease down my spine in the process. I hesitated, the pen still in my hand, as I stared at the door. It was late, too late for anybody to be knocking. The wind had picked up outside, making the old house creak and groan. But this was different. The knock came again, more insistent this time, and I knew I couldn't ignore it now. I made my way to the door, each step feeling heavier than the last. When I opened it, 2 figures stood on the porch, just visible in the dim light. The first was a man in a sheriff's uniform, his expression blank yet somehow intense. Next to him was a woman, probably in her 40s, clutching a covered basket. Both of them stood too still, too composed, like they were waiting for something. "Evening," the man said, his voice flat. "Just doing a welfare check. I heard the whole area lost power. Wanted to make sure you're all right." I blinked, my mind was racing. The power had flickered and went off briefly, but it was back on now, and still I didn't recall any outage affecting the surrounding area. "Yeah, everything's fine here," I replied, keeping my tone even. "Power came back on not long ago." The woman's eyes locked onto mine, her smile too wide and too strained. "That's good to hear. We're just passing by and thought we'd bring you something warm. Nothing like fresh bread on a night like this." She held the basket out toward me, but she didn't step closer, almost as if she was waiting for an invitation. I looked at the basket, then back at the 2 of them. The offer seemed innocent enough, but there was something unnerving in the way they stood there watching me. The night air felt colder. I suddenly wished I hadn't opened the door at all. "It's very kind of you," I said, "but I'm not hungry. I'm just about to head to bed." The man's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Are you sure? It's awfully quiet out here. It can be a bit unsettling for somebody not used to it." I nodded, forcing a smile of my own. "I'll be all right. Thanks for checking in." The woman's grip on the basket tightened. "Wouldn't want you to feel isolated. It's nice to have company on nights like these." The way she said it sent a chill through me, subtle pressure that felt like a challenge more than an offer. Took a small step back, trying to maintain the polite distance. "Thank you, but really I'm fine. I appreciate the thought, though." For a moment, they both just stood there, the silence stretching uncomfortably thin, and, well, the sheriff gave a curt nod. "All right, you take care now. If you need anything, we're not far." I watched as they turned and walked back into the darkness. Shut the door, double-checking the lock, and stood there for a moment listening. The house felt even quieter now, like it was holding its breath. I returned to the table, but the feeling of being watched lingered, as if they hadn't truly left. The fire crackled softly, but it did little to ease the tension in my chest. Tried to shake off the encounter, telling myself it was just my nerves. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. It was as if the house had shifted, maybe. Its atmosphere got darker and heavier. Picked up my pen again, but the words that had flowed so easily before now felt distant, just out of reach. The first light of dawn seeped through the old heavy curtains, casting a muted glow across the kitchen table. My neck ached as I stirred, blinking groggily at the scattered notes in front of me. Hadn't meant to fall asleep. Not here. Not in this place. But the exhaustion had crept in, and before I knew it, the pen had slipped from my hand and the words trailing off into nothing. Rubbing my eyes, I glanced at the clock. It was early. Too early. There was no going back to sleep now. Pushed the papers aside and stood stretching out the stiffness in my back. The house was eerily quiet, as if it too had just woken up unsure what to do with the day ahead. I filled the kettle and I set it on the stove, the familiar clank of metal on metal grounding me, even if only for a moment. As the water heated, I moved to the window, pulling back the curtain slightly to let in more light. The woods outside were still shrouded in morning mist, the trees standing like silent sentinels watching and waiting. The soft hiss of the kettle snapped me out of my thoughts. I turned back to the counter, grabbed the coffee grounds, and started to pot. The rich, bitter smell filled the kitchen, a small comfort against the unease that clung to me from the night before. As the coffee began to drip, I made my way to the bathroom, craving the warmth of a shower to take off the remnants of sleep. and the lingering tension. The floorboards creaked underfoot, the sound echoing through the empty house. The air was cold, almost biting. As I stepped into the bathroom, the old tiles chilly against my bare feet, I turned on the shower and letting the water run hot before stepping in, hoping to wash away the uncertainty from last night's events. As the steam rose around me, I couldn't help but replay the scene in the living room. The furniture, the flickering lights, the unsettling visit. It all felt surreal, like a half-remembered dream. But I knew it was real. The question was how much of it was in this house and how much was in my head. I dried off quickly, the warmth of the shower still clinging to my skin as I stepped into the cool air of the bathroom. I dressed in comfortable clothes, practical but presentable, made my way to the kitchen. The smell of fresh coffee filled the room as I poured myself a cup, savoring the quiet before the day really began. Breakfast was simple, eggs and toast, but I ate slowly, my mind already running through the day's plans. The house had given me plenty to think about, but I needed more information, the kind you don't find in dusty corners or on scratched walls. I needed to know the history of this house, the land and the people who had lived here. The local library seemed like the best place to start. The drive into town felt as strange as it had the day before, like the town was stuck in some sort of a time warp. The fog hung low again, and the streets were just as empty. The few people I saw were distant, their eyes lingering on me just a little bit too long before they turned away. As I pulled up to the library, I noticed the building was much like the rest of the old town. Old, with a slightly sagging roof and windows that stretched so tall it felt like they could swallow me whole. I stepped out of the truck, the air thick with that same dampness from the woods around the house, walked up the stone steps to the entrance. The inside of the library was dimly lit, with tall, dusty bookshelves that stretched almost to the ceiling. The silence was heavy, broken only by the faint creak of the wooden floorboards as I made my way to the front desk. And then I saw her. The woman from last night. The one who had knocked on my door was standing behind the counter. She was the librarian. Her eyes met mine, and that strange, too-wide smile spread across her face again. It was the kind of smile that didn't reach her eyes, the kind that made my skin crawl just a little. "Good morning," she said, her voice kind of smooth and oddly cheerful. "How can I help you today?" For a moment I just stood there, caught off guard by her presence. But I quickly recovered, reminding myself why I was there. "I'm looking for information about the house at Gypsy Pines," I said, trying to keep my tone casual. Her smile didn't falter, but something in her expression shifted slightly, like she was trying to figure me out. "Gypsy Pines, you say?" she repeated, her voice almost too calm. "That's quite an old place. I haven't had anybody ask about that house in ages. What sort of information are you looking for?" "Anything you have, really," I replied. "History, old records, anything about the land or the previous owners." She nodded slowly, and her smile never wavering. "Of course, let me see what I can find." She turned and walked toward a back room, her movements almost too smooth, too deliberate. I thought her choice of words were odd, and nobody's asked about that house in ages, huh? How's that possible? After 2 disappearances from that house and no one's asked about it? Well, I waited. Couldn't help but notice the way she glanced back at me over her shoulder, and that strange smile still in place. It was unsettling, but I pushed the feeling aside. I was here for answers. Whatever was going on with Gypsy Pines, this town and its people, I'd figure it out eventually. She returned a few minutes later carrying a stack of old leather-bound books and a few yellow documents. "These might be of interest," she said. She was setting them down on the counter, and she said, "Feel free to take your time." "Thanks," I said, reaching for the top book, but as I did, her hand brushed against mine, just for a second, in a coldness that didn't seem natural. I pulled back quickly, and her smile grew like a fraction wider, as if she'd noticed my reaction. "If you need anything else," she said. Her soft voice was weird and had an odd edge to it. "I'll be right here." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak, took the books to a nearby table. As I sat down and began to sift through the pages, I could feel her eyes on me, watching from the desk. That smile, that unnerving, unnatural smile, lingered in my mind, and I tried to focus. Eventually, she had disappeared into the labyrinth of bookshelves, and I actually felt better knowing I wasn't in her view. The books were old, filled with brittle pages that threatened to crumble if I wasn't careful. Most of them were about the town's history, tracing back to its founding in the late 1800s. I skimmed through passages about early settlers and land disputes and the occasional mention of strange happenings in the woods surrounding Stowe. But nothing concrete, nothing that explained literally anything that's happened. Then I found a passage in one of the oldest books, detailing a series of unexplained disappearances in the early 1900s. The victims had all lived in the outskirts of town, near the area where Gypsy Pines now stood. Apparently, that's where vague mentions of a strange low-pitched sound coming from the woods and whispers of a curse of the land happened. But the most chilling part was a note in the margin written in a spidery hand. Beware the pines. They watch, they wait, they hunger. The words sent a shiver down my spine. I flipped the pages quickly, trying to shake off the unease. But the more I read, the more it felt like the house and the land on it, or where it stood, like they were tied to something way out of my imagination, something that the townspeople had tried to forget or perhaps had chosen to ignore. As I turned another page, a shadow fell across the table. I looked up, startled to find the librarian standing over me. The same unnerving smile plastered on her face. "Finding anything interesting?" she asked, her voice as sweet as ever. Yeah," I mumbled, closing the book and trying to hide my unease. "Just reading up on the history." She nodded, her smile widening just a bit. "The history of this town is full of interesting stories. Some people think too much about the past, though. It's not always healthy." I forced a smile, hoping to mask the discomfort her words caused. "I'm just curious, that's all." "Curiosity's a double-edged sword," she said, her tone taking on a slightly more serious note. "It can lead you to answers or to places you'd rather not go." Her words hung in the air, and for a moment I wasn't sure if she was warning me or just being cryptic. Before I could respond, she turned and walked back to her desk, leaving me with my thoughts. I'd decided I'd had enough for now. The atmosphere in the library had grown suffocating. Needed to get out of there, to clear my head. Gathered up the books, carrying them back to the counter. "I'd like to check these out if that's okay." "Of course," she replied, her smile returning to its full unsettling glory. She scanned the books with deliberate slowness, as if savoring each moment. When she handed them back to me, her fingers lingered on mine just a second too long. "Be careful with these," she said. "They're very old, and some things are best left in the past." "Thanks," I said, quickly stuffing the books into my bag and heading for the door. As I left, I could feel her eyes on me again, that cold, piercing gaze following me all the way out into the mystery morning air. Back in the truck, I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the strange encounter. The librarian's words echoed in my mind, mixing with the disturbing notes I'd read about the pines. Whatever was happening in this town, it was clear that people knew more than they were letting on. But I wasn't about to turn back now. I started the engine, determined to find out what secrets Gypsy Pines was hiding, even if it meant confronting whatever was lurking in those woods. After leaving the library, I realized I hadn't eaten anything since that rushed breakfast in the house. My stomach reminded me with a sharp pang. Decided to stop by the local diner for lunch. The diner was nestled between an old hardware store and what looked like a long-abandoned antique shop. The neon open sign buzzed in the window, its dull glow cutting through the overcast sky. Parked out front, walked in, the little bell above the door sort of chiming softly as I stepped inside. The place was a time capsule. Booths upholstered in cracked red leather, a counter with chrome bar stools. faded black and white photos on the walls. Felt like the kind of place that hadn't changed in decades. But despite its cozy charm, there was something off. There was something off about everything and everywhere in this town. Only a handful of people inside, 2 men in coveralls sat at the counter eating their sandwiches without a word, while a couple sat in the far corner quietly sipping their drinks. None of them looked up when I entered. It was like they were deliberately avoiding me, or maybe just avoiding acknowledging that I was there at all. I slid into a booth by the window, grabbed a menu from the holder. The choices were simple: sandwiches, burgers, fries. I wasn't picky. Just wanted to eat and get back to piecing together what I'd found in the library. The waitress approached my table, her posture stiff and eyes oddly vacant. She had her hair tied back in a severe bun, and the way her lips barely twitched upwards when she handed me a menu gave me the sense that smiling wasn't something that she did often or willingly. Her skin had a waxy sheen under the fluorescent lights, and she poured a glass of water. I noticed how rigidly that she had held the pitcher, as if each motion was mechanical. "What can I get you?" Her voice was almost bored, but the gaze lingered. "Club sandwich and a coffee, please." I handed her back the menu. She jotted it down and walked away without another word. As she moved behind the counter, her stiff steps made it seem like her body was locked into place, only shifting with great effort. I stared out the window, mind whirling with questions. The fog outside had thickened, curling around the buildings like a heavy blanket, distorting the world beyond the glass. The silence inside the diner pressed in on me, and I found myself tapping my fingers against the table waiting for the coffee to arrive. The door chimed behind me, and out of reflex I turned to look. It was the officer from the night before, the one who'd come to my door with his strange, overly friendly concern about the power outage. His face was still the same, that unsettling mix of forced warmth and something darker underneath. His eyes landed on me immediately, and a smile tugged at his lips. He walked over, slow and deliberate. Without asking, slid into the booth across from me. "Afternoon," he said, leaning back in the seat like we were old friends. "Didn't expect to see you here." I nodded, not sure what to say. "Just getting some lunch." "Funny thing," he said. That eerie smile was still plastered on his face. "Whole area lost power last night, but your place seemed just fine. You're lucky." He glanced at the books and papers scattered across the table in front of me, and he smiled, sort of shifted. "Doing a bit of reading, I see. Library's got a good collection, huh? Anything interesting?" I stiffened, casually moving my hand to cover some of the more revealing notes I'd scribbled. Just doing some research on the house," I said, keeping my voice neutral. Wanted to know more about its history and the land. His eyes narrowed slightly, but the smile never left his face. "The house? The old place has been around for ages. Not many folks look into that kind of thing." He paused, tapping the edge of the table lightly. "Seems like a lot of work, though, for just curiosity." He knew exactly what I was looking into, and I was about to confirm it. "Well, I like to be thorough," I said. "There's a lot of history in places like this." His smile widened, but there was no warmth in it. "You know, funny thing, folks around here don't ask too many questions. They just live their lives, you know." He glanced again in the stack of papers as if trying to gauge what I'd uncovered. I leaned forward slightly, deciding to push back. "Speaking of questions, there were some disappearances around here, right? The Hargroves, for one. I came across a mention of them in the library archives. Seemed odd their case not follow up no resolution." His smile faltered for the briefest moment, but then it was back even wider than before. "Disappearances? Oh, that's old news." He was waving his hand dismissively. "People move, start over, it happens." I raised an eyebrow. Start over without telling anyone? Leaving everything behind? He leaned in closer, his voice dropping slightly but still casual. "You've got to remember, sometimes people just vanish on their own terms. This is a quiet town, we don't poke our noses into every little thing." I met his gaze head-on, refusing to be intimidated by a sudden change in demeanor. But you were an officer on the case, weren't you, Sheriff Bigby? I remember seeing your name on the article I read about the disappearances. You must know more than what's written up, I said to him as I pointed to his name tag. His eyes darkened and the smile thinned to something more menacing. Like I said, folks around here don't ask too many questions. It's better that way. Sat back in my seat, crossing my arms. Maybe I'm not far from here, so I'll ask. For a moment, there was a heavy silence between us. His eyes flicked to the papers again. I could almost see the calculation behind his smile, and then he stood up slowly, adjusting his belt. Well, if you keep digging, you might not like what you find. Sorry to disappoint you, but there's literally nothing you could find that we haven't found already. He gave me a sort of mock salute. Enjoy your lunch. He turned on his heel and walked toward the door, leaving me sitting in the booth with an appetite that no longer existed. Well, I left the diner, my thoughts racing. The officer had noticed the files, and his questions about what I was looking for hadn't exactly been subtle. He didn't come off as nosy, just concerned, like he was trying to steer me away from something. The drive back to the house felt quicker this time, the roads winding past in a blur of trees and distant houses. As I pulled into the driveway, something caught my eye. A brown paper bag sitting neatly on the doorstep. The officer's mention of baked goods last night flashed through my mind. I stepped out of the car and approached the door. The bag looked innocent enough, but I felt a knot in my stomach as I crouched down to peek inside. Muffins, still warm. I stood there for a moment, and I heard my own stomach growl. Apparently I want muffins, but I'm not allowed to eat them. So I stood there for a moment, wondering whether I should bring them in or leave them. They didn't seem threatening, but the fact that they were here now after the bizarre encounter didn't sit right with me. Finally picked up the bag, carried it inside, and placed it in the counter, pushing it aside without another thought. I had more pressing things to focus on. The files and the books from the library were spread across the kitchen table. One detail kept nagging at me, a name that appeared in the land records across multiple generations. I needed to figure out, well, if this family had always owned the property or if it had been sold to them by somebody else. If the original owners were different, who were they, and why would they sell their land? I had a feeling some answers couldn't be found if I knew who owned it first. Or rather could. I sat down flipping through the papers again, looking for anything that could help. I spent the next few hours poring over the records, piecing together the timeline of the house's ownership. It was frustrating and work scanning, faded documents flipping through old books, cross-referencing everything to try to make sense of it. The family name that kept resurfacing wasn't just a coincidence. They'd owned the property for far longer than I expected. But something was missing. Then I found it. An old handwritten deed buried between the pages of a ledger. Wasn't in the family's name, but in someone else's. The deed was nearly a century before the current family had taken ownership. Whoever the original owners were, they had sold the land quickly, almost in haste. But why? Before I could follow that thread any further, a knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. I glanced at the clock, realizing how long I'd been at this. The sunlight had shifted, casting long shadows across this room, and I wasn't expecting anyone. If I had to guess, it's the sheriff and the librarian. I really didn't have time to talk to them or humor them, but I couldn't ignore it. I stood, pushing the files aside, and went to the door. To my surprise, I opened the door to find a woman standing on the porch. Her long black hair braided over one shoulder. Dark eyes, calm but sharp beneath a tweed-lined hood. She was tall and slender, her skin a warm copper tone that seemed untouched by the chill in the air. Her presence felt quiet but commanding. The kind of person who blended in with the land like she'd always been part of it. "Good afternoon," she said softly. Her voice was pretty steady and low, with a slight accent I couldn't quite place. "I hope I'm not interrupting." I shook my head, trying to shake off the trace of irritation. "No, not at all. Can I help you with something?" She smiled, but it was a thin, knowing smile, like she already had the answers to any questions I might ask. "I'm Neona," she said, offering a small wrapped bundle. "I live nearby, thought I'd welcome you. The house you're in, it's got a lot of history. Thought you might want to know that." I glanced at the bundle. A small parcel wrapped in brown cloth and twine. "It's kind of you," I said, taking it from her, though my fingers hesitated for just a second. I've been digging into the house myself, trying to learn more about it, the land too. Her dark eyes flicked past me, noticing the scattered papers and books on the kitchen table. But she didn't comment on them. Instead, she nodded slowly, her expression unreadable. "The land holds more stories than anybody around here will tell you," she said. "Stories that don't always get written down." Her words hung in the air, weighty like they carried more meaning than I could grasp. "Have you lived here long? Do people always, welcome the Airbnb guests that come here like this?" I asked. She nodded, her gaze steady. "Well, yes, to both. My family has, for generations long before this house was here. This land has seen many things, and not all of them good. As for greeting the visitors here, I always welcome them and say hello, but I can't say the same for other people. Have you been visited by other townspeople?" There was something in her voice, a heaviness, as if she was trying to decide how much to share. I felt a flicker of curiosity despite the unease in my chest. "Yeah, the sheriff and the librarian. Could you tell me what kind of things have happened here?" Her smile widened just a fraction, but it didn't reach her eyes. "You're asking me questions that most people don't want answered. Sometimes it's better to let things lie. You might not like what you find." I shifted, and I've heard those same words before. Not looking for trouble, just trying to understand the history. Neona crossed her arms, her gaze never leaving mine. "History is a tricky thing. The land remembers more than people do. Sometimes it's best to listen to it. Trust me, this place doesn't like outsiders stirring up old stories." Her tone was calm, but there was an edge beneath it I couldn't ignore. I swallowed, wondering what I'd stepped into. "I just want to know the truth." Neona's eyes softened slightly, but the intensity in her gaze remained. "Be careful with that. The truth can be a burden. In this place, it has a way of holding on to people. I see you're a person of the land, too." She turned to leave, and her movements almost graceful, almost as if she was part of the forest itself. As she walked away, she touched her closed right hand to her left forearm, stretching her arm back out, repeating the same steps, but touched her temple and then extended. I stood there in the doorway, clutching the bundle that she'd given me, feeling the weight of her words and her gestures settle heavily in my chest. Whatever she did with her arms felt familiar, but I'd never seen it before. Never saw her again. I watched Neona walk away, her figure gradually swallowed by the misty forest, then turned back into the house, and a small bundle that she'd given me clutched in my hand. Set it down on the kitchen table, next to the scattered files and books, carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a collection of herbs and dried roots, neatly tied together with a piece of string. There was also a small, intricately carved wooden pendant that looked like it had been worn for a long time. The craftsmanship was beautiful, but the pendant's dark swirling patterns gave me a pretty uneasy feeling. I wasn't sure what the herbs were for, but the pendant seemed to radiate an odd energy that was both intriguing and unsettling. I studied the items, feeling Neona's cryptic warning echoing in my mind. Her words about the land and its memories seemed to hang in the air, almost palpable. I wondered if she had given me these items as a warning, or if they had held some significance to the history I was trying to uncover. With a sigh, I returned to my research. I spread out the papers and started going through the land records again. I was looking for any connections between the original owners and the current family, trying to piece together the puzzle of the house's history. As I worked, I kept glancing at the pendant and the herbs, wondering if they were somehow connected to what I was researching. The pendant in particular seemed to call to me, almost as if it were wanting to reveal something. At 9:30, I noticed the time and I stood, eyes heavy from staring at the files scattered across the table. I needed to eat and soup sounded delicious. Yeah, it does. That would be quick and easy enough. Fill the pot with water, set it on the stove, turning on the burner. As I waited for the water to heat, I began chopping vegetables, like listening to the faint hum of the stove. As I worked, I glanced up at the kitchen window in front of me. Something appeared just outside, barely there, but enough to make me freeze. It was a figure standing still on the lawn, just behind the garden boxes, and I blinked and my heart was thudding in my chest, and in that split second it vanished. I stepped toward the window, pressing my palms against the counter, straining to see if it had really been there. But there was nothing, just the empty yard, still and quiet. My pulse raced. I backed away, telling myself I imagined it. But as I turned my attention back to the cutting board, a shadow moved in my peripheral vision inside the house. I whipped around, the air instantly squeezing the oxygen from my lungs. There in the doorway, something dark and fast slipped out of my sight. My heart jumped into my throat. Before I could react, I heard it, a quick, heavy thud like footsteps racing up the stairs. My breath caught as the light flickered, casting eerie shadows across the walls. I grabbed my flashlight and darted out of the kitchen, my feet carrying me to the bottom of the stairs. There was no mistaking it. Something had gone up there. I hesitated for a second, adrenaline surging, then chased after it. The steps groaned beneath me as I ascended, the house around me thick with amusement. Halfway up, the lights flickered once more. By the time I reached the top, they cut out completely, plunging the entire house into pitch-black darkness. I stood there, the flashlight shaking in my hand, the beam barely cutting through the darkness. I couldn't see anything at the end of the hall ahead, but I could feel it. Something was there, just out of reach, waiting. Just then, I noticed a blotch of darkness creating a dark hole in the flashlight beam. A hand, black, charred, cracked, like it had been burned and left to rot, stripped its slimy flesh into the light. The fingers twitched unnaturally, dragging across the floor, reaching for something. The sight of it stopped me cold. Then the smell hit, a sharp, overwhelming stench of rotten eggs that filled the air so quickly I nearly choked. My throat tightened and I gasped, fighting the urge to retch as the foul odor clung to the back of my tongue. The smell was so putrid I didn't have time to react to what I was seeing. By the time I caught my breath, it was gone. Gathered all the courage I had, moved slowly down the hall. My pulse thudded in my ears, each step forward feeling heavier than the last. At the end of the hall, the door to the back bedroom stood slightly ajar. I could see nothing but shadows through the crack. Swallowing my fear, I nudged the door open with my foot, the creak of the hinges loud in the silence. I stepped into the room, shining the light across the floor. Nothing. The beam hit the far wall, and that's when I saw it. In the corner, crouched low, was a figure in its dark form hunched unnaturally, moving in jerking, twitching motions. Its hand scratched at the wall, carving into the plaster with a sickening sound. The room smelled of rotten eggs, and I knew that at this time I just saw in the hall. I couldn't move. I couldn't tear my eyes away as this thing continued scraping at the wall, its movement slow and deliberate. The scratching was relentless, clawing its way into my mind. The lights flickered back on, harsh and unforgiving. The figure was gone. The room was empty, but the unsettling scratch marks on the wall and the lingering stench of that thing remained. I stood frozen, trying to process what I'd just seen. Shaking, I turned around and slowly made my way back down the stairs. Each step felt like a mile. Felt like the walls were closing in on me and the house was breathing. Back in the living room, I slumped into a chair trying to calm down. My mind raced with questions. How long had the previous couples endured this torment before disappearing? Had they experienced similar horrors? Or was this entity targeting me in a way it hadn't with them? I glanced around the room. normalcy of it now jarring against the terror I'd just witnessed. I couldn't shake the thought that there was something uniquely malevolent about this place. The scratches, the dark figure, the sulfurous smell, they all pointed to a malevolent force that wasn't just content to haunt, but seemed intent on something much worse. As I sat there, the room felt heavier, the air thick with unspoken threats. I knew I had to keep pushing forward, but doubt gnawed at me. What if this wasn't just a series of random unrelated events, but a deliberate pattern of terror meant to drive me away or worse? I forced myself to shake off the shock and head back downstairs. I needed to get a grip. Couldn't just sit around terrified. Held the flashlight tighter and just began a slow sweep of the house. The kitchen and living room were clear. No overturned furniture, no more strange creaks. Checked the hallways, corners, every shadow. The smell of sulfur was still faintly hanging in the air, but other than that, everything seemed normal again. Once I'd assured myself that there was nothing hiding in plain sight, I returned to the kitchen, trying to steady my breathing. The water on the stove had already come to a low simmer. Vegetables sat half-chopped and the counter untouched. Went back to the cutting board, trying to focus on the rhythmic sound of the knife slicing through the vegetables. It was oddly soothing, but my mind wouldn't quiet down. It spun with everything that had just happened, all the strange things since I arrived. How much did the Hargroves really deal with this before they were gone? Did they have strange visitors? Did they catch melted flesh dancing in flashlight beams? Or was this, whatever it was, ramping up for me? Trying something new. This all seems more extreme than what the couples complained about in their 911 calls. I stirred the soup, my hands trembling slightly. What if all this gets worse? Am I in way over my head here? Never been a skeptical person, but I always believed in the paranormal, but this is horrific. I finished chopping the vegetables, tossed them into the pot. Then I stirred, trying to focus on the simple task. The bubbling of the water just filled the silence, but my mind kept wandering back to the shadow on the stairs, the hand in the flashlight beam, and I couldn't shake it. The soup finally finished cooking. I poured myself a bowl. It tasted bland, but I wasn't hungry anyway. I ate mechanically, my mind still racing. I pushed through, cleaned up the dishes, and wiped down the counters. As I grabbed a towel to dry my hands, something caught my eye. A scrap of paper was tucked under the edge of the counter. I bent down and I tugged it free. It was old and yellowed with frayed edges as if it had been there for years. It wasn't a full piece of paper, just a corner, but there was writing on it. Faded ink, barely legible. Last ones. I stared at it, my mind trying to make sense of the words. Last ones. The Hargroves or someone before them. I ran my fingers over the fragile paper, as if more answers would reveal themselves. Nothing else came, though. Just the cryptic message. It was too much to process tonight. My head felt heavy, my body drained, and whatever that scrap meant, I'd have to figure it out in the morning. I folded the paper carefully and slipped it into my pocket. The exhaustion hit me hard, and I decided it was time to sleep. I finished cleaning up and wiped the counters one last time. The scrap of paper in my pocket weighed heavy, the words "last ones" repeating in my mind like a warning. I couldn't stay here, not tonight. The idea of going to bed right below the room where I'd seen that thing scratching at the wall made my stomach turn. Sleep in that house? No way. Grabbing a blanket and pillow from the couch, I headed outside. The cool night air hit my face, and a welcome change from the stifling tension inside. Locked the front door behind me, not that it really would do much against whatever was in there. I tossed the blanket into the passenger seat of my truck, folded down the back, and crawled inside. Pulled the pillow under my head and wrapped myself in the blanket, stared out the windshield at the dark, empty dirt road. Safe in the truck, I could finally take a breath, but sleep didn't come easy. The wind outside rattled the trees, and every creak, every rustle made me sit up, my heart pounding. The house loomed in the rearview mirror, its windows dark, and cold. As I lay there, the weight of everything hit me. The disappearances, the strange things I'd been seeing, and that message on the piece of paper. How did they deal with it before they disappeared, and did they suffer? I thought there was going to be more than one story. That was a big breath. And I hope you have a big sleep. See ya. Enter the eerie world of Paranormal M, where strange stories come to life. Subscribe and activate notifications. Drop a like, please. And stay updated on our spooky tales. Get ready for an unforgettable experience. There is something knocking on my window. It's 1:23 a.m. and someone or something is knocking on my window. It shouldn't be possible. I'm on the second story, far above the ground. I've already gone through every explanation I can think of. No bugs, no animals, no branches. Not even loose siding that could be rattling. The nearest tree isn't close enough, yet the sound persists. A hurried and deliberate tapping, like someone standing right outside. No one is there. Nothing is there. At first, I thought it might be my imagination. You know how sometimes you hear things late at night that aren't really there. But this, I know what I'm hearing. It's steady. Not the 3 slow knocks of a horror movie. It's fast and persistent. Then silence. A minute passes, and I hear it again. I'm sitting here trying not to think too much about it. I know that there's no way anybody could be out there. Not this high up. But the knocking isn't stopping. It's deliberate. Then from the other side of the room, more knocking. It's moved. The opposite window now. Wait, it hasn't moved. It's just more knocking. Like the windows are having a conversation back and forth. It's relentless. The sound echoes in the quiet of my room. I get up and pull back the curtain on the opposite window, peering out of the dark. Nothing. Just the neighbor's dog and a honking moped. There's this empty space between my window and the ground. I'm about to let the curtain fall, and I hear it again. It's coming from the other side of the room. I spin around, and wouldn't you know it, another flurry of fast knocks against the glass. Can't believe it. I dash back to bed, throw the covers on my head like that would protect me from whatever this is. I turned on How to Better Your Life podcast, hoping it'll drown out the noise. Instead, it seems to amplify it. Every time I try to focus on the podcast, the knocks break through, getting louder and louder. I can hear it clearly, even with the volume cranked up. I must be going crazy. Schizophrenia usually shows up in your early 20s, right? Well, that checks out. I'm 23, but I don't have any family history of it. It's not like I see Barney in a tutu dancing in the corner of my room, so I have no idea. Could it be the antidepressants? Did I skip a dose? Could that even make you hallucinate? Wait, do sounds even count as hallucinations? Slight pause. Yes, they do. And can antidepressants do that? Yes, they can. Not discounting anything, just saying. What if someone's messing with me? But how could they knock up so high without me seeing them? Maybe they're throwing stones. How are they throwing them that fast? Makes no sense. I glance at my phone, half expecting a text or a call, maybe a joke from a friend, but nothing. I let the podcast continue, but again, the host's voice is drowned out by the knocking. Shove my earbuds in, trying to tune out the sound, but it's no use. It only gets louder, and it almost feels taunting. Then, just when I think I've finally blocked it out, there's a pause, a heavy silence hanging in the air, and for a moment I feel relieved. Maybe it's over. I literally couldn't take the suspense anymore. I throw back the covers, my feet hitting the cold floor. I walk toward the window, half expecting to find a prankster on the other side. Someone with a twisted sense of humor, perhaps. I reach for the curtain and I pull it back, bracing myself for whatever I might find. But still, nothing. Just darkness. Just silence. And hopefully no more neighbors. Don't try this at home. When the mask came to life, it didn't happen all at once. It started as a simple craft project, just something for Halloween. I found an old cereal box in the recycling, grabbed some paints and some glue. I decided to make my own mask. Mom wasn't going to buy me a costume this year. Money was tight, but I didn't care. I wanted to make something special. I cut holes for the eyes, added a sharp grin with black marker. I glued on pieces of yarn for hair. Only halfway through, I realized I didn't have enough of this yarn left. That's when the idea hit me. I grabbed a pair of scissors and snipped a small lock of my own hair. Just a little, and it seemed harmless enough. I glued it right in the middle of the mask's forehead, watching it stick to the cardboard almost like it belonged there. The mask was done. It held up, admiring my work, and the face looked off. Its grin was a little bit too wide, its eyes a little bit too dark, too hollow. But I shrugged it off and I tried it on. That's when things got strange. At first, it was just an odd feeling, like the mask was too tight against my skin. I pulled it off after a few moments, and as I held it in my hands, I could swear it was watching me. The eyes, which I'd cut so carefully, they felt like they were narrowing and focusing. I set it down at my desk and I went to bed, trying to forget about the weird feeling. It was just cardboard and glue, but that night I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing something scratching, like someone was dragging their nails across the wall. I turned over trying to ignore it, but then I heard it again louder. I flicked on my bedside lamp. The sound stopped immediately. The room returned to an unnatural quiet. And then I saw it. The mask. It was sitting on my desk exactly where I'd left it, but something was different. The lock of my hair I had glued onto it. It had grown. I stared at it, my chest tightening. The hair, my hair, was longer now, twisting down the side of the mask like it was alive. Wanted to throw it away right then, but I couldn't move. I just sat there staring. That's when the mask shifted. I swear I saw it. The eyes moved, ever so slightly, turning toward me. The grin widened, stretching further than it should have, splitting the cardboard edges. Heart pounded in my ears, and I grabbed the mask, intending to rip it apart. But as soon as my fingers touched it, a voice, soft and whispering, echoed inside my head. "Let me in." I dropped it immediately. Stumbling back, the mask fell on the floor with a soft thud. I waited, holding my breath, but the voice didn't return. I wanted to scream for Mom, but something stopped me. It felt like the mask knew me now, like it had taken a piece of me with that hair. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it all. I'd been tired, my mind playing tricks on me. I grabbed the mask, stuffed it in the bottom drawer of my desk, shoving clothes over it. Out of sight, out of mind. But it didn't stay there. That night, I woke up again to the sound of scratching. Sat up, my heart already racing, and there it was, the mask on my desk watching me. The hair was even longer now. It was curling around the sides like vines. I should have been terrified, but there was something else creeping in. Curiosity. I got out of bed and walked toward it slowly like I was being drawn to it. As soon as my fingers brushed the cardboard surface, the whispering started again. It was almost louder this time. Let me in. Let me in. I couldn't pull my hand away. The mask felt warm, like it had a pulse. Then I felt it. The mask wasn't just watching me, it was waiting for me to put it on again. I don't know what came over me, but I lifted it up, hands were shaking, and pressed it to my face. The moment it touched my skin, I felt something shift inside me. The mask tightened around my head and the cardboard edges digging into my scalp. The lock of my hair, now tangled and woven into the mask itself. I tried to scream, but the mask wouldn't let me. My mouth wouldn't move. The whispering almost turned into a chant, a steady, rhythmic command. You can't take this off now, you're mine now. I yanked off the mask, desperate to pull it away, but it held fast. My reflection in the mirror across the room showed something worse. The mask wasn't just stuck to me. It was becoming me. The cardboard faded, merging with my skin. The eyes, those dark, hollow eyes, were now my own. The grin, I could feel it stretching across my own face. I clawed at it, pulling and tearing, but it was useless. The mask had won. It had taken me. And now I sit here writing this. I don't know how much time I have left. It's getting harder to think, harder to fight. The mask is in control, and it's hungry. It wants more than just me. If you ever find yourself making a Halloween mask, if you ever think it's a harmless project, don't use anything that belongs to you, because it'll come to life, and it'll want everything. And this story seems pretty far-fetched, but it was a funny excuse to hit this button on the floor that makes an echo thing. A Clown's Revenge. Alright, I know what you're thinking. Clowns aren't that scary. They're just goofy, oversized dudes with face paint and squeaky shoes, right? Well, I used to think the same until he showed up. It all started at a circus. You know, the usual overpriced cotton candy, bored parents, and a clown that looked like he lost a bet with life. I'd had a rough day. Honestly, I wasn't in the mood to deal with the red-nosed joker wobbling around on stage. He did this bit where he tripped over his giant shoes, honked his nose, and sprayed water from a flower pinned to his chest. It was painful to watch. The crowd gave him pity laughs, but I couldn't hold back. Wow, I shouted. Did you get your comedy routine from a cereal box, or are you just naturally unfunny? The audience chuckled awkwardly. The clown just stared at me. His painted smile was frozen in place. It was weird, but I shrugged it off. He stumbled through the rest of his act, and when the show ended, I left without a second thought. The next day, I saw the news. Local clown found dead in circus tent after show. Apparently, the poor guy took his own life that night. And I couldn't shake the feeling that my comment had something to do with it. You think. But that's ridiculous, right? I mean, sure, I was kind of a jerk, but it's not like he would, right? Maybe. Fast forward a few days, and things started getting really weird. Really weird. It began with little stuff. I'd hear squeaky shoes behind me when no one was there. Sometimes late at night, I'd catch a faint whiff of cotton candy. I tried to brush it off, maybe it was just feeling guilty. But then came the laughter. It wasn't the kind of laughter you hear at a comedy club. No, this was creepy laughter, high-pitched and echoing. It would start soft, almost like it was coming from far away. Then it would get louder and louder until it was like somebody was laughing right next to your ear. One night I'd had enough. I was trying in bed and just lying there and trying to sleep when the laughter just started again. "Okay, clown ghost," I muttered to the empty room. "If you're gonna haunt me, at least do something." Bad move. The laughter stopped, dead silence. I sat up, the hairs in the back of my neck standing on end. Then slowly I heard the sound of squeaky shoes dragging across the floor. I looked toward the doorway, and there he was. The clown. Except now he was translucent and hovering a few inches above the ground. His painted smile was still there, but his eyes... oh, his eyes were dead. "Thought you were funny, huh?" the ghost clown said, his voice echoing like he was speaking through a cheap carnival speaker. "Did I make you laugh?" I stammered. I was inching toward the edge of the bed. "Look, man, I didn't mean it, okay? No one laughs at me." The clown snapped, floating closer, his face distorting into something nightmarish. His smile stretched too wide, his painted tears dripping down his cheeks like wet paint. "Now it's my turn to laugh." Before it could react, he honked his nose. Suddenly, a pie flew out of nowhere and smacked me square in the face. I blinked, wiping whipped cream from my eyes, only for another pie to come flying at me. Okay, I get it, I'm sorry. I dodged another pie, but he wasn't done. The lights in the room flickered, and suddenly my bed started spinning like some kind of carnival ride gone wrong. I held on for dear life as the room blurred around me. The clown floated above me, cackling like a maniac. "This is just the beginning, buddy. You're gonna ride the clown show forever." I screamed no, trying to crawl off the bed, but it felt like I was stuck on some twisted merry-go-round. My vision swirled, and I was pretty sure I was going to puke at any second. The clown just hovered closer. His red nose was inches from my face. "How's it feel, huh? You think you're funny now?" "I take it back," I shouted. "You were hilarious, funniest clown I've ever seen. Please just stop." He paused, hovering in front of me, his grotesque smile still plastered on his face. "Hilarious, huh?" He floated down to the floor, crossing his arms. "You really think so?" "Yes." I wiped pie off my face and staggered off the bed, which had finally stopped spinning. "You'll be the best part of the show, I swear." For a moment, he just stared at me, his dead eyes unblinking. Then slowly, he honked his nose again. I braced myself for another pie. Nothing happened. The room was silent, the air heavy. The clown's form began to shimmer. Before I knew it, he faded into thin air, leaving me standing there in the middle of my room covered in whipped cream, utterly humiliated. I would be excited, but hey. Thought it was over finally. Some peace. But just as I was about to sit down, I heard it, a faint, distant honking, and a voice echoed throughout the air. "I'll be watching you, buddy." So now I live in constant fear of ghost pies and haunting honks. My advice: never insult a circus clown. You never know which one might come back from the dead to haunt your every move. And trust me, they don't play fair. Interesting day. Interesting experience today. I'm thinking about reaching out to the creators to verify that, well, this is the noise the app makes when you close out the app. It never happened the other times I used it, only 2 days ago and today. I went on a hike to a small cemetery today. Old graves from the 1800s and earlier. I used a spirit box app called GhostTube. Had some interaction through the app that felt a little bit validating. We pulled the cards and it said ritual. Eventually it said, "Please leave." The manners make sense, and we're up in the mountains in North Carolina. Then right after it said, "To the left." The exit was to our left, and we had a good laugh and packed up to go. But the real creepy part was my phone started making a noise like an old dial tone after somebody would hang up the phone. It was making these beeping noises, and I looked at my phone. It seemed normal, not on the phone, not the app. It was like just me and two other women. We all heard it. The energy shifted and hair stood up on our arms. We said our thank yous and left. It was the spirits that hung up the communication on the phone. All in all, I felt no negative interaction. I also felt that we were really respectful. Kept to the trails, left coins at the gate, used our manners. I do not believe in that app. Camping trip in Wales. Hello all, this happened a few years ago on a camping trip with my family. Now, I've always been a believer in the paranormal, but didn't have any experiences until this camping trip. Bit about me, I'm an ex-Army, did 2 tours of Afghanistan. I've been shot at a number of times, so I've experienced fear before. But nothing compares to the fear of what happened to me. At the time of this trip, I only had one child. I had one tent room to myself, my wife and son. I had the other tent room. It was a Saturday night, and we had been out exploring the part of Wales that we were camping at. Cardigan Bay area. Beautiful place. We had bedded down around 8. We were all very tired. During the night, not sure what time, I was woken up by a rustling that I thought was outside the tent. The more I listened, I realized it was inside the tent in the living space. I went into attack mode, but as soon as I moved, it stopped. So I played it off as a win, trying to think of what it could have been. I fell back to sleep, and I'm a side sleeper, so my back was facing toward the outside of the tent. But I was closer to the center of the tent, and I was woken up again by what felt like something like running their fingers down the back from my shoulders to the leg in a soft, gentle manner. Now, as I've said, I've been scared before. I'm not afraid to admit it. But nothing compares to the fear that went through my body when I felt my heart going mental. I was sweating so much all the while this feeling was going up and down. Thought it could have been like a muscle spasm. But it went from my shoulders down the back to my knee. It took every strength of my body to move and look at what was behind me. I found nothing, and that's what scares me the most. Again, once I moved, it stopped. As I lay down, I could hear like someone running their hands down the outside of the tent. But it wasn't outside, it was the divider between the tent bedrooms. That's when I went into fight or flight mode. Got out of my sleeping bag, opened my bedroom zip, and the speed of 1,000 gazelles went into the room that my wife and son was in to try to find them, and they were both sleeping. After that, I couldn't sleep. I just sat in the chair until daybreak. After speaking to my wife in the morning, she just laughed. She was unaware of anything happening. If anybody could explain or help with an explanation, that'd be great. Tall figure in my job's back warehouse. Some context. Before I get into the actual experiences, there's some important context I need to get out of the way. I work part-time as a cleaner at a clothing outlet. The actual building is huge, but only about 40% is floor. That's where we sell clothes and such. The remainder of the building is office space and like a huge warehouse. Most of my coworkers have, they've stated having experiences when walking into the warehouse portion of the building. Which is pretty much a place that's kept dark most of the time. As when I come in, everybody who works back there have usually gone home. The important part of this warehouse is that after walking to the warehouse past this metal gate, to the immediate left is the building custom embroidery station. To the right are 2 industrial dumpsters, and right in front of the gate, separated by a portion of warehouse, It's a long hallway containing the offices and employee bathrooms. This hallway is always kept lit up, and it goes all the way to the back of the main warehouse. The encounter. Anyways, the actual encounter that I wanted to talk about. It was in the middle of my shift. I was going to the employee bathrooms because I didn't want to hold up the ones on the actual floor. I walked that long hallway I mentioned, and I looked down into the dark warehouse, which is only partially illuminated on either end by a light from another hallway. That's when I see it. There's racks full of clothes on the other end, and I myself am about 5'9". These racks are about a head and a half taller than me, so I'd put them at about 6'2" in height. There's something standing, barely illuminated at the end of that hall, poking what must be its head above the racks. It's like when you see a shadow moving out of the corner of your eye, but instead I was looking dead at it. Its quote-unquote head was amorphous, a blurry shape, but it was easily taller than these racks when I immediately see it pulled back an arm from beside the rack. Then it ducked away out of sight without a sound. Two of my coworkers, one of which being brand new and the other being my manager, both reported having an experience exactly like this, seeing something duck away out of sight. There's plenty more experiences I've had in the back warehouse, but this is the one that's been nagging me. Anybody familiar with what this could be? The same building's been clothing outlet since way before I got my job. Easily since a few years before 2000. All of us employees who've encountered this specific thing, we've just been calling it the ghost. That actually rings a bell. Is my childhood home haunted? Me and my whole family, possibly, and including my mom, we've had our own shared, experiences, I guess, with figures. I guess you could call them that. I was starting with my own, and there was this one time where I would be in bed, and sometimes my mom would come check on me, which was normal, but one time what I thought was my mom walked into my room and kinda just there, not really doing anything. Then, left the morning after, I went to go ask my mom, since the experience was kind of weird. She ended up saying yes, but my sister had an experience where she was in bed when she felt something grab her leg and pull her down. She was too scared to say anything. So the following morning, she asked my mom, and the reason my mom believed her is from, my experience, and she later ended up telling my sister that she lied when she said she was the one that went to visit me at night. I also have another. That's where I was going to this bathroom. It was across my room, and for some reason I decided to look in front of me, which toward the kitchen was like the dining room, and the left was the living room, which was separated from like a disconnect wall in the middle of the living room and the kitchen. And as I'm turning, I see this figure, which I know it was a figure. It was darker than the actual room, and walking from the end of the dining room toward this living room. And the resin. Reason. I believe it's a shadow person and not a family member going to get a light snack is because I couldn't hear any footsteps. An experience my dad had is when it was in the morning. He would always have his morning routine at about 6 o'clock to be ready for work. Everybody would still be pretty much asleep. He said he saw a figure, or a person, can't remember, but he said he saw something behind him for a split second before he looked up again, and there's nothing. He also remembers one time he was by himself, and it was a day off, and my mom was probably at the store with a friend, or my sister was at school, and so was I. He said that he could hear this painfully loud and god-awful scream in the living room. So, in classic dad fashion, he went to go investigate. And what he saw was blankets left from the night before tossed on the floor. Our collective experience made us get our house blessed by a pastor, or as they wrote, pasture. But more experiences kept occurring. So my question is, was my childhood home haunted? Attempting to explain impossible things that my family and I have seen. I'm going to start by saying that we're not spiritual or religious people. I think about my experiences often. We only talk to each other about the things that we saw years after we moved out of that house. We lived in a Victorian terraced house, right in the middle of a row of 12. It was like back-to-back houses. We lived there for 5 years. I don't think I have any memories of anything unusual happening until a year after we moved in. There was a little girl. She must have been about 5. I don't really remember what she looked like or the color of her clothes, but I remember she had a long dress. She would run across from the bedroom to the other bedroom and peek around the corner on the stairs down into the kitchen. The only solid memory I have of this was when I stared back for a while. There were other things that happened at night, like I had a small little room and I slept with my door open. That way I'd have the light from the landing. I didn't like having my door closed at night. I remember wide eyes and gray skin just staring down at me. And one night, somebody went into the bathroom and didn't come out. So I went in and just tapped on the sink and it was blasting. I turned it off. I checked around the house. Mom was asleep and my dad was just passed out on the couch. Went back to bed and I felt the man stood in my doorway and it was staring at me. I was facing the wall because I didn't want to look. There was a room at the back of the cellar. I think it was a coal chute or something. My dad blocked the door with stuff the moment we moved in. He always said that there was nothing in there except an old rotting wooden ladder on the floor. At one point, we had the table cleared because my sister and I were just painting down there. There was a singular sound that hit the door from the other side. We ran back upstairs after that. I felt hatred at night in the cellar, but not coming from the girl. We only caught glimpses of her during the day. We spoke about things that we saw years after we left, and it bothers me from time to time. Thought it was carbon monoxide poisoning, but the house didn't even have a gas supply, and we saw some of these things. The dog wouldn't come out from under my mom's bed at night at all. I think something awful happened in that house a long time ago, between that man and the girl. I fantasized about perhaps going back and talking to the girl. Maybe I could put it to rest. But the sobering thought of a man expelled it from my mind. I think he hated me because he knew that I knew he was there. Nobody else saw the man, but they spoke about the girl. I think my mom came to me in a dream. Okay, so a little bit of a backstory. I'm originally from New York, but I grew up in Florida. One day when I was 16, my mom came home from work saying that it felt like she was sitting on the rocks all day. Just pressure in her butt, like inside her. Alrighty then. Oh, so sorry. A year later, she found out it was cancer. She also found out it was inoperable. So she decided with my dad that she wanted to move back to New York to be closer to family before the worst happened. 3 years later, she had deteriorated pretty badly. Was bedridden, unable to move, so it got to the point where she entered hospice care. A week after her being in hospice care, I fell asleep in my room dreaming normally. All of a sudden, the dream changed. I was suddenly in the middle of the dark room in a chair under a light. Across from me was an empty chair. Out of the darkness, my mom came and sat down in the chair looking healthy. I couldn't speak or anything. I'll never forget what she said. She said, I'm okay now. I got to heaven. I didn't have many nice things to say to God when I got there, but we're all right now. And then we just sat there. She smiled at me for a few moments, and then I got woken up by a phone call at around 3 a.m. from the hospice. She'd passed away. It didn't hit me right away what had happened, but I fully believe my mom was coming to say bye. And also what she said in the dream about what she said to God makes sense. During her week in hospice, she was awake and coherent one time, and one of the last conversations that we had was about her not being ready to go, and her wanting to keep fighting. So the sudden passing would most likely piss her off. She was Sicilian and Irish. She had a mean temper. So, yeah, I thought I'd share with you all about all this. I have other random experiences from when I'd ghost hunt, though. Rest in peace. To all the moms. Did you have an inexplicable event in your childhood? I have 3 that marked me. I remember when I was 5 years old. I was still staying at my maternal grandparents' house. A divorce followed and I had to move. Many dubious things happened. I'm going to list a few short ones. 1. One night when I was in a room next to the living room where my parents were staying, I started hearing loud noises from the hall parallel to their room. The hall led to a larger room at the back where the expensive purchased things were kept. At first, I didn't pay attention at all, but they started to get louder. And then at one point, something or someone hit the glass of the door, then the sound of a beast, like a bear or a wolf or whatever it was, started screaming at me. The curtain that was covering the window of the door started to move, and in the morning, I found it torn as if by claws. In that second, I froze and started crying, and my parents came to calm me down. They didn't hear anything. The next morning, when I went to see what there was, my grandfather was picking up the carpets stored there, and they were all spread out. They were rolled up. She hit me, thinking it was me. 2. When I was in the hospital when I was 6, after I got sick with my lungs. I stayed in the hospital room. It was me, Grandma, and an old lady. Out of boredom, I went to the edge of the bed and I started knocking on the window. To my surprise, the same rhythm and the same knock started to beat back. It's as if someone was higher or lower and repeated after my knock. When I stopped, that banging started to be more insistent. It was like as if it had gained consciousness. There were already punches and strong blows, and when my grandmother heard, she asked me why I was hitting the window. I showed her that somebody was knocking according to the rhythm in which I was knocking. Stayed for a few seconds, but nothing happened. But suddenly those blows were heard, and the grandmother pulled me from the window scared. 3. There was a lot of chaos in the yard where we were staying. A Slavic house from Eastern European houses where everything that was kept by parents or grandfathers under the pretext of maybe we need it. There were many dark areas where I sometimes played alone, but the most dubious events were when somebody called my name from behind the house even though I was alone at the home. Every time I was there, nobody, they could often be heard from the most desolate areas, from the tool shed without lighting, from under the hay storage, from the stables, and from the wooded area behind the house. 4. A huge black dog with big fur always appearing when I was walking. Whenever I was there, it was also him. It appeared and disappeared in the most inaccessible places, usually at a distance, but even in dreams. When I told the event on a Discord call with some friends, one of them started to draw exactly the circumstances in which I'd met the black dog without even telling them where, how, or when. They all left the call scared. He opened the camera and showed everyone the details. Now I'm 22 and I remain skeptical when it comes to the paranormal. Although the last 7 years, a series of human shadows have haunted the new house where I am. What do you think about my experiences? A death story from my grandpa. My grandfather was born at 52. Worked for 43 years at the cable company until he got sick and retired early. He and the people from the village where I live now formed a team because they knew each other, and they would leave for work in the morning and return in the evening. According to his story, and that his good friend who unfortunately passed away 9 years ago, around 78 one day in the afternoon due to the lack of transportation, they were contacted to go to disturbance in the town of Pascani. More precisely, near to it. To get to it, they had to cross a national road which passed through a dense forest. As it was winter at 4 p.m., it was already getting dark. On the way, they came across a person. A man of about 40 or 50 years old who was walking with a cane. Although they greeted him, he didn't respond. He continued to walk briskly along the edge of the asphalt until he disappeared into the snow. A few hours later, after they had repaired the malfunction, at 6 p.m. they set off back home. Since the last work transport was at 8 p.m., they had to wait. But since they had relatives in the village across the forest, they decided to stay overnight with them. When they returned from the road, they met a group of people in a police car. A woman was crying and screaming in pain. One of the policemen was struggling not to vomit. When the policemen saw them, they grabbed them and asked them if they had seen this individual. The grandfather and his friend confirmed it. The policeman took them both to see him. One of them pulled the blanket over him and he was sprawled on the ground. But as soon as they took it off, they saw that he was mutilated. There were cow hoof marks all over his head and face, and his bones were protruding and twisted. The face had no eyes, no nose or jaw. There were bloody hoof marks next to what was left of his body, and his organs were thrown into fallen branches of a tree. According to the police, he went to a relative, took some tools and package, and then left. At around 5 p.m., he was found by a truck driver who came to clear the road of snow, who raised the alarm. Both the grandfather and his friend were taken at night and interrogated, but they escaped because people saw them working. The crime had been committed recently because the body was still steaming and the blood was wet. The people around still know today that he was killed by a cow. But the grandfather, although he was there, he didn't see any tracks in the snow. There were no bloody tracks except near him. If something had stepped on him, that thing would have walked with bloody tracks wherever he went. And at that late hour at night in darkness, where did the cow come from? Especially in the forest. And after all, what cow crushes a human body so hard that its flesh is flattened and then thrown to the tops of trees? Although the grandfather is a bit atheist, but with a little bit of religion in him, he believes that the man died cursed. The world knew him as a loner and a troublemaker. He believes that he either cast spells or went to somebody who did and was punished. That one is unsettling. Ghost cow. Scary old lady with a hospital gown on, watching my cousin and I play. So this happened a long time ago when I was still pretty young. I'd say around 2010 to 2012 maybe. My family and I went to go visit some family out in a more rural part of the city. It was pretty much the outskirts where it was still a lot of bush. My parents would often go there to get drinks on weekends while I hung out with my cousins. And considering that fact, we always slept over. Before I go on, let me paint the picture of the situation. Basically, they had a very long yard in length. It was surrounded by a fence with a sort of deck in the back that stretched out long enough to see the main road out front. It had a small shed up in the front yard, and behind the shed was their trampoline. I should add that this shed was very small. You could look over it and see the main road. Out on the main road was just a bunch of trailer homes lined up on the road that just went straight for maybe a few kilometers. Anyway, it was about midnight. My cousin and I were on the trampoline just being kids. Probably playing some, made-up game. My uncles and parents would often go out to the back deck to have a smoke. So as usual, we hear them all come out and they're laughing, being distracted by whatever they're talking about. My uncle hears us being loud and he's ready to come tell us to be quiet. But before he could tell us to stop, he just goes, "What the fuck?" My cousin and I were in trouble, so we immediately look over to him. He continues to say, "Who the hell is that?" "Pat, my dad. Come look at this." As we're staring at him, we realize he wasn't looking at us. He was looking off to the main road in front. My cousin and I, being curious, we look over to the main road as my dad walks over to my uncle. There was this very old lady with short gray hair, what looked to be a hospital gown and blue slippers. She was quite literally just standing there watching my cousin and I play. Since we were so distracted, we never even noticed her. I can't say how long she'd been standing there. My dad yells, "Who are you?" My mom and my other uncles also come take a look, and with that she began to slowly walk away, and I mean slow. My uncle tells us to go inside as they start walking toward the gate of the front to the yard to confront her. My cousin and I, being little shits, got off the trampoline but stayed to see the commotion. My uncle and dad walk out to the main road to find that she had disappeared. They both say, "Wait, where'd she just go?" Me, being confused, I also walked out of the gate to see it for myself. And to my surprise, she was nowhere to be seen. And, like I said earlier, this road was just straight and pretty long, so I guess, she didn't sneak into somebody's yard, but with her being that slow and, old, it was hard to make sense of it. These trailer homes had been having pretty decently tall fences, and that was only the way to enter, so Dad calls out, "Anybody there?" Nobody answers. I begin to get creeped out, and at that point I was pretty scared. My dad and uncle take us inside and begin trying to make sense of what just happened. My uncle, who lived there, said that he didn't recognize her. He's never seen her come around before. They ask us if we had seen her before, and we say no, but I explain that she was wearing a hospital gown with slippers. We all thought how odd for an old lady in slippers to be walking around so late at night in a rural area where a lot of coyotes come in and out of. Surely she'd been asleep in her home, or if she wanted some fresh air, she'd stay in her deck. There's really no making sense of the situation until my uncle said that the mental hospital was not far, but far enough for it to be quite a walk, especially for an older lady. They started speculating that she might have escaped, hence why she had a hospital gown on. I mean, maybe she did live in the area, but had dementia. With all of that, it still didn't make sense that she had just disappeared after not even 60 seconds had gone by. I do find it a little bit hard to believe that we all saw the same spirit. Really creeped my cousin and I out. We never went out there late at night again, nor did we ever see her again. Everybody I tell this story to also have a hard time making sense of it. If anybody has possibly gone through a similar experience, please let me know, because I often think about it. White being I saw as a teen. I spent most of my life experiencing supernatural activity. There's a chance I'm just crazy, but hear me out. When I was a teenager, I was driving in my car with my friend and her dog. We stopped at the gas station and my friend got out. She went inside to get something, and it was just me and her little dog who was sitting next to me in the passenger seat. I was just relaxing when I looked up into the rearview mirror. All of a sudden, I thought to myself, "Who's that man in the back?" He had white, luminescent skin, dark eyes, and what looked like a kind of flat-top haircut. My heart sunk into my stomach. He's looking around with the biggest smile on his face, but then he locked eyes on mine through the mirror. His happiness went to horror. Like, oh shit, she can see me. I looked away, heard a swoosh, and bolted out of my car. Fucking ran as my friend walked out of the gas station. I started screaming, "There's a man in my car." She immediately started banging on my car, saying, "Get fucking out," which is very brave, by the way. And when we opened up the car, he was gone. I was so traumatized. Driving in my car alone was so hard for so long. I waited years for any type of answer or reassurance that I wasn't crazy. One day I put on an alien documentary called Walking with the Tall Whites. I said, "Oh my God, is that what I saw? An alien?" My view of the world has forever been altered. I've had a therapist call me a non-normie, and I've had others say that what I saw was a hallucination. My question is this: has anybody else experienced an encounter like it? Other than the documentary, I've never heard of anybody experiencing a white alien being. Only gray ones. I've heard it both ways. Things are getting weird. So to start, I want to say, although I've had a lot of paranormal activity in my life, I'm very logical when it comes to experiences. I would say 99 times out of 100, there's a reasonable explanation for the weird things that happen. But lately, it's just been strange. Some backstory to start. My husband has had tinnitus for years now. Some days good, but mostly bad. One day he said he felt like he was going schizo. I chalked it up to him going crazy with the ringing in his ears, and that reality was getting harder for him to deal with. I comforted him, but I didn't ask too many questions. Sometimes he just wants to vent and not answer 100 questions. I hear you. So fast forward to me sitting in bed a couple of weeks ago. And in the doorway, I see what looks like part of a head poke around the corner peering into the room, then quickly jerk back into the hall. I knew no one was upstairs, but I got up, saw my husband downstairs on the couch, and asked if he was just upstairs. He replied no, and I said, "Well, I saw what looked like somebody peering into the room at the corner of my eye." I joked about shadow people because at this point, living in our house has kind of been an on and off occurrence. I'm honestly not even fazed, more fascinated. He said, "You know, it's weird because I felt like I've been going literally crazy. I've been seeing stuff like that a lot recently." We both were a little bit weirded out, but oh well at this point. Then a week ago, he was in bed and he saw something move at the corner of our bed, then suddenly disappear. Another weird occurrence I experienced was right before I saw the head of the doorway, or in my doorway. I had a strange sleep paralysis. I was laying in bed vibing with this odd energetic flow, not realizing I was asleep. That's while my husband was laying to the left of me. All of a sudden, a hand slid onto my stomach from the right side. I freaked out, screaming in my dream for help, and finally woke up. My husband was asleep, and the weight of the sleep paralysis lifted, but sometimes when I wake from that state, my brain feels lull or full. Like it's still working out the sleep chemicals and haven't regained full alertness. It's very odd, but during this state, I can see things move that aren't there. So I look, and there's a shadowy figure on top of him. Thought it was him moving his legs in the dark, but then I realized it wasn't. As soon as I realized it wasn't, I noticed this thing was holding something that looked like a phone screen. It was just a rectangle of white light. Told myself that I must still be in a dreamlike state because of the way my head felt. I put the covers over me and I tried to relax. Well, relax at least until I was more awake and with it. Then I looked at my husband's side of the bed where his legs were, whatever it was vanished. Told myself it must have been the moonlight, even though my curtains were fully closed, by the way. Again, I'm so used to weird stuff that I'm not afraid of it anymore. Just really interested in what's going on, whether it was some scientific phenomenon or something actually paranormal. Then today, I got weirded out by something out of the blue. I was working the lunchroom at my kid's school, and at the table where my kid sat last week, in the exact same spot, there was a small Tupperware container missing a lid. Last week she lost this piece and only had the lid. I noticed the missing Tupperware right away, because OCD. Couldn't find it anywhere. And here it was today right where she sat. Now today that side of the table was empty, with other kids sitting on the opposite end, and I was like, somebody probably picked it up and just put it here. But it was weird that it was exactly where she sat. Then a little while later, one of the kids sitting at the other end of this table was very distraught. She had one strawberry left on her lunch. She got up, came back, and it was gone. And I said, well, maybe you ate it and forgot it, or it fell. She swore up and down that she had one left and somebody must have taken it. I was like, well, we're going to have to let it go, because if no one comes forward, we can't accuse people of taking it. I know this is very off topic from shadow people. You're fine. But I definitely had some intrusive thoughts of maybe things are disappearing to another time. Is this table some weird time-jumping portal, victimizing Tupperware and strawberries? Well, I know that can't be right, and it's just a case of kids being kids and misplacing and taking stuff, but with all the incredibly weird stuff happening lately, I can't help that my brain is going to crazy places of thought. But if a lone strawberry magically reappears in that spot next week, it will be the end of my sanity, for sure. I was also wondering if everybody else has been experiencing occurrences that seem strange and out of the ordinary, possibly slurry. I swear, I really am logical, and I don't like giving too much weight to paranormal things, and I haven't been drinking at all, especially when there's most likely a logical explanation. But the air feels different, and I love hearing about unexplainable things. My 3 paranormal stories. Hey there, it's my first time here. So basically, I'm going to tell 3 paranormal stories that happened to me when I was a kid. I'm 19 now, so here we go. The first 2 stories were told by me by my mother because I didn't remember them. 1. My mother said that when I was 3 years old, I had that famous imaginary friend, and I was always playing with him. Sometimes I even called him silly for not wanting to play with me. 2. My mother said that when her father died, my maternal grandfather, she came to tell me and said I already knew because he was sitting on the sofa next to me, had told me that he went to heaven to help God, that he was no longer suffering, that he was fine. Everyone was scared, and even my other grandfather was very scared because the place I said my maternal grandfather was where my other grandfather used to sit. After that, he never sat on that couch again. He was so scared. I had a great connection with my maternal grandfather. We were very close, so I think it was good that he came to say goodbye to me. I remember the day he died until today. He had only gone to the hospital for routine exams and had 3 heart attacks in a row. The first and second, they managed to save him. The third, he couldn't take it anymore and passed away. 3. This is the story I have the best memory of, because I think it traumatized me a little bit. Laughing my ass off. So, I was 7 years old, and I already slept alone in my own room. One night, my mother put me to sleep normally, and I slept. But I woke up in the middle of the night. I didn't have a cell phone at the time, so I didn't know what time it was. But I think it was dawn. I kind of got up, and when I looked to the side, I saw someone in the corner of my room. tried to see better and saw that apparently it was a woman. This woman looked at me coldly and very seriously and had her arms crossed. Thought it was my mother, so I just went back to sleep. The next few nights, I kept waking up in the middle of the night, and every time I looked, that woman was there. But with each passing day, it seemed like she took on the shape of my mother's appearance, to the point where I thought it was really my mother. And one day I said, "Mom, stop watching me sleep. It's scary and I'm scared." I got no response, just silence. So I went back to sleep. Until one day I got tired of being watched and tried to touch my mother, but I swear I only felt a super cold air and fear took over me. I started sleeping on the opposite side of where I could see her. I kept waking up in the middle of the night, and when I woke up, I looked back and she was still there. I looked back and, well, she was still there, and I read the same line again because of the dog barking outside. I started to ignore her. Never looked again. When I was 9 years old, I decided, looking back, that the woman was no longer there, and I was relieved, pretty much. Moved on with my life. When I turned 13, that woman appeared to me again, but since I was no longer afraid, I didn't care. She disappeared and never appeared again. When I was 14, my mother was taking a bath, and I remembered this incident, and she got out of the bath, and I questioned her about watching me sleep when I was a child. She swore to God that she never watched me sleep, especially in the middle of the night. I then asked to ask my grandmother, her mother, and she also denied watching me sleep when I was a child. 2 years later, I went to a faith healer. This woman was also a medium. She revealed to me that I was blessed to be born a medium. And then all these stories finally started to make total sense. I can no longer see spirits, but I can feel energy and presence, and I can also kind of remove negative energy from other people and the environment I'm in. And this bad energy, it stays with me, and I usually get sick. I can say that I attract people with negative energy because of that. Several times I went to talk to somebody and almost automatically started to feel sick or have a headache. I sort of get that, but you kind of remove it the next day. I dreamed about my maternal grandfather and my favorite singer, and it was the best dream I've ever had. I dreamed this year, and I wrote it down in my cell phone notepad so that I would never forget this dream. Well, I've already told the story of how my maternal grandfather came to say goodbye to me when I was a child. So besides my grandfather being in this dream, my favorite singer, Michael Jackson, was also in this dream. Well, I'll tell you everything I remember about this dream. I was on the edge of a cliff, ready to end my own life. I wasn't in a good phase of life when I dreamed this. Then I heard a voice calling me, the voice of my maternal grandfather. He was telling me not to do this to myself, and next to him was Michael Jackson, saying practically the same thing. They were far away, but I could hear them very well, and they started to approach the cliff and convince me to get out of there, and I did. I immediately went to hug my maternal grandfather, and I remember I said I missed him so much, and then I hugged Michael, and I immediately was happy again. I remember Michael and I started chasing each other and playing like two children. My grandfather just watched the two of us and laughed. Then my grandfather called the two of us, and the three of us held hands. My grandfather asked to just close my eyes, and I did. When I opened again, we had practically teleported to a kind of forest where the weather was sunny, and again Michael and I started playing together among the trees. It wasn't long before my grandfather called us again. When I saw there was a picnic with lots of food, we started eating. We laughed, we talked a lot, and in the dream my grandfather and Michael seemed to get along very good. After much conversation, I remembered that my grandfather asked us again to hold hands, and I closed my eyes, and again, we teleported to another place. And this time the place was in a trailer on the edge of a large lake. I remember that as soon as I opened my eyes, I went into the trailer and I fell asleep. I woke up still in the dream and left the trailer, and my grandfather and Michael were talking while they were roasting marshmallows in a campfire. When I arrived, they said they wanted to talk seriously with me, and I accepted. Well, and they basically said they needed to go back to heaven and that it was my time. I immediately felt sad. Michael was the first to disappear, and I cried a lot. But I remember him saying before he disappeared that everything would be okay and that he would give me space to talk to my grandpa. Then my grandpa said that he was protecting me from the sky along with Michael. And every time a ray of sunlight hit my face or a butterfly would fly past me, it was him or Michael, checking to see if I was still okay. He hugged me tightly and my vision started to go black. Then he said I was going to wake up, and I started to lose hearing in his voice, but he kept saying the weather, everything was fine. And suddenly, I didn't hear anything anymore. I woke up with my hands in a circle like I was hugging someone and crying, and I swear to God I got up immediately and a ray of sunshine hit my face. It was like a coincidence, but I believed it was my grandfather keeping his word. I imagine he must be thinking I'm dreaming too big or I'm crazy, but it's not the first time I've dreamed this kind of thing. That was certainly a first for me, in many ways. Things to come. Dreams from many, many years ago. Okay, I barely talked about this dream even to my family, because I'm not sure what to really think about it. I only tell the first part out of the 3 dreams. That's where, different years, but they not scare me, but damn, I feel this might happen. First dream. I am going to my job to get my last paycheck since in this dream I was let go. It was the end of the year for some reason, and I knew that for sure in the dream. As I walked down the street, there was a lot of people complaining, asking the company about their paycheck and such due to something that was happening there. On this dream, I knew I had a family. I wasn't married. So I apparently needed the paycheck. There was this feeling of war on the horizon. Not sure how to explain. There was no wars during this time, but I knew there was war of the other side of the world in Europe. When I got my check, they told me that you're lucky it was the last one. Everybody else here won't have any luck. Then I decided to go to the bank to get the money in cash, in case something happens to the internet or the banks. Second dream. I've never told anybody about the following ones. The world was going to shit, the war was going strong, and there was problems with earthquakes. I was in my hometown, pretty much in a road which is located in a hill. Something's telling me to go to my previous home following this path, which never used to go there. You could go, but it was not the one that we took to get there, since it was considered longer. My family, which at this time I did not had, went ahead without me. I led my brother to guide them to that house with a lot of people seeking a place to be safe of all of the bad things that were happening. And for some reason I was guiding them. In this hill, I called my mother on the phone. Cell phone were barely available at the time of the dream. To ask her if she was coming with us to this safe place. She told me no, because she did not want it to leave her mother alone, and as she was in bad condition. I understood, told her a few things, and moved on. Third dream. This could be considered the first one, but always feels like the third one for me. That's because I had it when I lived in the house I was going to visit on the second dream, and it was like 20 plus years ago. On this dream, I looked to the mountain, and it was the one in front of my house. There's a lot of people there with me, and deep inside I guided this people here for some reason. My family, I didn't had one as I was a teenager, told them that we need to climb the mountain from this side. Everybody follow me. It was a lot of people. I do not remember the climb, but at the top was quiet. You could see the sea rising and destroying everything down, and it was going to get us too. But on this place there was a cliff, and told my brother to jump down without knowing what to expect. He told that everybody can jump and it's safe there. It was like a portal to another parallel universe. So everybody started to jump to get there as the destruction was going to get us at the top. I told my family to go, and as I wanted to see the end, they left and I saw white and then wake up. But these 3 dreams always stood for me. Why am I telling this? Maybe to get it out. I just recently got let go from my company. Yes, at the end of the year, like my dream. I have a family now. My mother, which should not be in my hometown, she divorced my father and went to live in another place in the country. Now she needs to go back there because her mother, my grandma, is sick and she needs to take care of her. The war on the other side of the world can go wrong soon. I have this feeling. Will I have to guide people to a parallel dimension like in my dreams? Hope not. But due to the possibility of parallel dimensions, or maybe what is called the big crunch and reset of the universe. Maybe I've done this multiple times, and now things are fragments of that travel. Interesting take. Sweet dreams. Join Paranormal M, where the strange and mysterious collide. Subscribe and turn on notifications to keep up with our latest eerie adventures. Get ready for a supernatural journey. Just a small, bittersweet thing that I've experienced. This isn't anything recent, but I've been struggling with the fact of death lately. It's causing me to have panic attacks, and this is the only thing that's been comforting me in the slightest. I had a cat named Kaylee. I loved them with all my heart and being. She was my baby, and she meant that, and she still means the world to me. I was living with family at the time when she got sick. I tried to help her as much as I can, but I had very little money, and my family wouldn't help me. After 2 weeks, she couldn't fight anymore, and I held her, and she passed. I was devastated, and even now, a couple months later, I still grieve over her. After she passed, I could still hear her paw steps. They were trotting around and going up and down the stairs. I heard her muse and felt her jump up on the same corner of my bed that she preferred sleeping on. And once I thought I saw a small black figure go past a doorway. Was towards where a food bowl was. I know it was most likely my brain tricking me because of my grief. After about a week or 2, though, I had a dream that stood out to me. I was in my room, laying in my bed in the position that I always find myself in when I wake up lying at my side. My legs are always curled up to my chest. And in the dream, I was woken up by something jumping on the corner of my bed, and I looked there, and there was this small, bluish-white glowing apparition. It was shaped like a cat. It was walking up to where I was laying. It's a little weird for me to describe because my vision was blurry. If I was just waking up for real, I had bright neon green lights that I kept on. I didn't feel comfortable being in complete darkness. They were almost in my direct line of sight, so that slightly messed with my vision too. I watched as the small figure came up and curled into the curve of my belly. I felt warm and soft and laid down to sleep. That was it. I woke up crying, and after that I didn't hear any more paw steps, mews, nor did I really see any more black figures racing to get a bite or kibble or something. My environment felt so empty and odd. Couldn't handle her lack of presence and moved out to live with my boyfriend. I had her cremated and she died, and that's when I got her back, and it felt like she was physically with me again. But after that dream, I haven't felt that presence again, nor have I really had any more dreams of her. Experience in a Motel 6 room. This happened about 4 or 5, 6 years ago in Fresno, California. Two friends, M and F, or male and female, and I, a male, checked into a Motel 6 for the night. We had been going through, periods of homelessness on and off. Sometimes with each other, sometimes not. So when we were all able to split the cost of the room, we were relieved to shower. Rest in peace. Around 12 to 1 a.m., my best friend, who wasn't with us, called me and asked if I wanted to go to the casino. He'd pick me up and throw me a 20 to play. I said, hell yeah, took a shower. I remember while showering, I noticed the top of the shower curtain and it was moving. It was moving in an odd way, almost like it was being pulled hard in a direction, but wasn't anything too crazy. I just figured it was the bathroom fan or something like that. I got ready and said bye to the two friends staying with me and left him. Fast forward to when he dropped me off sometime around 7 or 8 a.m. I went to the room door and knocked. I forgot to grab one of the 2 keys and I left. But no one answered. I knocked again, but nothing. As I turned away from the door to figure out what to do next, I swear in my life I heard the female friend's voice saying, 1 minute. But also with a second voice saying the same thing, but in a deep, raspy voice. Imagine a normal and terrifying voice saying the same thing. Very unhuman-like. I remembered thinking, what the fuck was that? But just for a second, since I also heard my friend wasn't really, tripping yet, I scrolled through my phone waiting for 15 to 20 seconds. Then I knocked hard several times more, thinking what the hell is taking them so long to answer the door? After another minute or two of waiting, I walked away confused as to where they went. I looked in the parking lot and saw my friend's car. That's where we came in. I walked closer and I noticed that they both were sitting inside. M in the driver's seat and F in the passenger. I got in and started saying, what the fuck have you got? And then F cuts me off telling me that they wouldn't believe what happened that night after I left. Apparently, after I left, they were chilling watching TV with my mate friend seated at the table and my female friend in the bed with the covers over her legs. All of a sudden, the covers moved as if someone was tucking her legs into the covers. She screamed and jumped off the bed, freaked out, while my other friend asked what happened. She told him, and while pointing at the bed, they both said that they both saw the indentation of somebody sitting down on the bed. As if it was really somebody sitting there. As they both started to freak out, and keep in mind, this is what they were telling me as I really wasn't there. Started to feel an intense feeling of dread and started crying uncontrollably. That's when they both noped the fuck out of there and got into the car where they spent the night. The whole time they were telling me that half that I'm crazy and half, yeah, right, as if I had previous encounters. But nothing that intense. Right after she finished her story, it dawned on me that I heard her, and some other devilish voice answering my knocking. I damn near shit my pants, which they both noticed, by the way. Well, I could see it on their face. I told them what happened just a few minutes ago, and we all sat in silence for a good while in disbelief. When we checked out, we counted down 1, 2, and 3. Quickly opened the room door, grabbed our stuff we came in with, flew out of there as fast as we could. That's my story. I do have to add that after this happened, I googled the address of the Motel 6. There's been a grisly double suicide sometime in the 80s or 90s. An older couple checked in, and I forget if it was Random Motel or if it was the Motel 6 by then, but both got into a large container filled with some kind of acid and died in what I guessed was an extremely painful death. Voluntarily? Weird. I remember reading that the cleaning lady had to be hospitalized from the fumes from the opening of the door and standing at that doorway. Disembodied voice on Teams meeting. I manage a small team of 4 people. 3 of them were working in the office. The 4th was working from home. Let's call her Lisa. Good you named her. There was nobody else in the office, so we were the only people on site. We held a team meeting in the conference room, connected with Lisa on Microsoft Teams, so she was included. My laptop was plugged into the large TV monitor so I could share my screen and audio. Towards the end of the meeting, I asked if anybody had any questions. There was silence in the conference room and silence on Teams. Amidst the silence, we heard a faint voice say, "I don't understand." It sounded like a small child fussing. All eyes in the conference room darted around. Although it was clear the same sound came from the TV. Lisa has a 5-year-old daughter, so I laughed and said, "Hey Lisa, kids gonna join the meeting?" To our surprise, she goes, "She isn't home. She's at school." Stunned, all of us in the conference room exchanged glances. Lisa then says, "Wait, that voice didn't come from the conference room." I explained that the 4 of us were the only ones in the office, and that Lisa was the only one in the team session. We all agreed on the phrase that we heard, and it sounded like a young, cranky child. Lisa was home alone, and the rest of us were all alone in the office. No other device were connected to the TV, and nobody had any other device out during the meeting. There's no other programs open, and Lisa's laptop during the meeting wasn't there. We were all sober, alert, and oriented. Has anyone else experienced a disembodied voice on a web conference? Maybe hacking or signal interference is to blame. Either way, it was creepy as hell to hear in the middle of a workday. Check outside. Hearing 3 knocks under the bed every night at 9:44 for the past several months. For context, this is happening to one of my parents, not me. They live alone with no pets in a small single-family ranch in a sleepy suburban neighborhood. Every night at 9:44, they hear 3 loud and distinct knocks coming from under the bed. The cadence sounds exactly like a person knocking on the door. There's absolutely nothing under the bed or the mattress. They checked. They only hear this while in bed, and the bedroom is directly above the garage. There's also no security system or anything automated that would sound on a schedule like that. Thinking it might be the garage door opener or sensor, they tried waiting in the garage at 9:44 a few nights in a row to hear the knocking from there. They were met with silence. The following night, the 3 knocks resumed in the bedroom at 9:44. There was no plumbing or HVAC that runs between the garage ceiling and the bedroom floor, so these don't seem to be likely causes. Again, they live alone with no pets and only hear the knocking from under the bed, only at 9:44. If it were a critter stuck in the walls, it would be rather odd for it to produce 3 distinct knocks at the same time every night for months in a row. There's nothing in the garage that would produce the knocking sound. The 2 outdoor cameras don't show anyone outside the house. I thought maybe a frogger. Whoa, what is that? P-H-R-O-G-G-E-R. Frogger. I bought my dog a gangster necklace for Christmas, and he's shaking it. It's made of plastic. There's no one under the bed, no physical way to access the subfloor space between the garage and the bedroom. I haven't been to their house during the knocking events, but they're very freaking out. Our whole family's at a loss for a rational explanation. Can anyone please debunk this? or think of something rational that we haven't. If the cause is, in fact, paranormal, why do you think hearing 3 knocks at the same time every night would be, or what would it be? Not aware of any connection my parent would have to the number 944. There was one death in our family a few weeks ago, of an estranged, abusive relative that we despised. The knocks have sounded both before his death and since. If it was a death knock warning, why would it continue? My stepdad's house. It happened to her 9 years ago when she was moving to a different house. The house we lived in at the time had some paranormal activity, but nothing too extreme. Doors would open and close on their own. You would hear light footsteps walking up the stairs, light tapping at the window. The footsteps on the roof, too. Never really hear much, but my parents did. And keep in mind, the stairs are old and very creaky, so you'll definitely hear somebody going up or down the stairs. This will be an important detail later on in the story. However, on the last day there was, let's just say that's when some serious and scary shit had gone down. My mom had finished packing the rest of the stuff from the house and was bringing the rest, or rather the last of it, to her car. Hey, Gecko. My mom went back inside the house to make sure that she had got everything and didn't leave anything extra behind. My dad was inside and told my mom that he was going to grab the last few things from the garage. He'd be back inside in a few minutes. My dad leaves the house, my mom goes upstairs to make sure that she's got everything from the bedroom. As she's making her way to the kitchen, she hears someone coming up the stairs. The footsteps stop at the top of the stairs and a voice says out loud, "I don't think that's a good idea." My mom hears it and says that it was my dad's voice who said it. My mom replied to my dad and asked him, "What's not a good idea?" There was no response, and everything was dead quiet. My mom kept asking the same question and was annoyed that my dad wasn't answering her. She went to the stairs and saw nobody was there. My mom was confused and got a bit freaked out since she heard nobody go down the stairs and only go up the stairs. A moment later, she heard the front door open, then close. Saw my dad coming up the stairs. My mom asked my dad the same question, which, what isn't a good idea? My dad gave her a confused look. He asked her, "What are you talking about?" She explained to him what she had said she heard not too long ago. My dad told my mom that he was in the garage gathering the last of the stuff and loading it up in his truck before he came inside and checked on her. He also said that he never said anything about not being a good idea or anything like that. My mom instantly got chills and started to freak out a bit. It was then that both of them had seen the flickering of the lights from the chandelier, and that was from the parents' bedroom. Bathroom door then slammed shut. Chandelier began to swing violently back and forth. A few minutes later, there was a loud crash from my parents' room, and when they went to go check, it was the ceiling fan that was on the floor shattered into pieces. My mom then told my dad that we need to leave now and not come back. My mom gave my dad a terrified look as they quickly ran at the door, locked the place up, and sped out of there without ever really looking back. I'm stumbling all over myself. I personally believe that it was probably a skinwalker or a wendigo, since we did live on an Indian reservation at the time, and our house was located next to a massive forest. Has this happened to anyone else? I'm sure of it. I'm sure people have, and I'm finally talking about what happened back when I was around 11 or 12 years old. Currently, I'm 30. For some brief and relevant history of my life, my father was abusive to my mother, both verbally and physically, growing up. One night, they allowed me to spend the night at my friend's house, They lived directly across the street. I remember that night was very clear. I remember my friend, her brother, and I played charades. I remember their father was doing some renovations in the house. I was super jealous because they had a bedroom dedicated to just a jacuzzi. Bastards. I remember my friend eating pasta out of a mug, offering me some to eat. I denied. I remember we all gathered in the living room to watch a movie, which I don't recall. And this is when it happened. All of a sudden, I got an absolute urgent need to run across the street back to my home. We lived upstairs in an apartment duplex. There was no voice telling me this, but more of a deep need within me. It was just a matter of fact, like nothing else mattered. Now, as a kid, it was a big deal to impress this girl who I wanted to become friends with. Wanted to become friends so badly, not to mention I was like having so much fun with her. And her brother. But I remember standing in my feet from standing to my feet from her couch, just staring at her, and I said, I gotta go. I remember the absolute confusion and disappointment on her face. I'm sure she asked why or something, I don't know. But I just remember saying over and over, I gotta go, I'm sorry. Something along those lines. I remember running out of her house, sprinting across the street to my house, and it being well into the night. I busted through the front door of the house, ran up the stairs that led to our apartment, bursting through the door as well. Now that I think about it, it was extremely unusual for both doors to be locked, as my father is extremely paranoid and always locked the doors. So, for both to be locked. As I entered into our apartment, I heard my mom crying and ran to my parents' bedroom to find my dad was assaulting her. And yes, the image burned into my brain and painful to talk about, but it is important. I'm not sure exactly what was happening, but I've never seen my mom so afraid. My father then left the room when he saw me standing in the doorway, ultimately leaving the house completely. I've tried to talk to my mom once, and that was when I got older. I wanted to tell her what happened to me during this time, but I couldn't, since it was hard for her to talk about, and never brought it up again. This night replays in my head once in a while. Usually when I was alone with them, just when I was alone throughout the night. I was raised Christian, and I'd always attributed this to being that it was God telling me my mom was in danger. But I've been long stepped away from religion for some time now. I always struggled with this because why didn't this happen to other horrible things that happened in mine and loved ones' lives? This never happened to me before or after. It's the closest thing that I have to something unexplainable that, if anybody would like to hear any others, if they'd share something similar, or what they believe it is. This girl never talked to me again, by the way, all through middle and high school. I'm sure it freaked her out. Oh, I don't know. She thought I was definitely weird. Me and my friend saw a ghost for the first time. It felt so casual. I invited my two friends for a sleepover. That was because we had a project to finish. Our house had 2 floors, and we were staying at my room at the 2nd floor. In front of my room was just walls and a hallway. It was around 9 p.m., and my brother and my mom was watching TV in the living room below. My bed was positioned across the door, and me and my friend was just talking about ideas while sitting at the edge of the bed while our other friend was on her laptop. I usually always keep the front door open, unless I'm sleeping. So, as me and my friends were talking, I saw him looking at the door when I looked at him. I looked at what he was staring at. He saw this pale man-like figure peeking at us at the corner of the door with his hands near the light switch. He looked so normal. It felt like we were dazed for a solid 3 seconds, then we looked at each other and the figure disappeared. We were all confused, and I just thought my brother and my father just checked out on us. After that, I went downstairs immediately, asked if any of them went to check us out and if our dad already got home. My mom and brother said that they never went upstairs. My dad's running late because he's having dinner out with his company. After that, I immediately closed the door, told him that, we might have seen something else, started freaking out. We were just surprised on how casual the experience is. We were both experienced in having sleep paralysis, and we both thought the ghost would give that dreadful, hopeless feeling. It was creepy. Don't get me wrong, we couldn't believe how normal it felt like. Pennies found mysteriously stacked while alone at home. I should start by telling you that I'm, atheistic as they come. I still don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural, even though something I did it twice. Startlingly peculiar happened to me half a year ago. My wife and son were away at my mother's for a week. I was alone in my apartment. I'd just gotten home after visiting the store, and I went ahead and took my e-cig out of my pocket, placed it on my dresser. About an hour later, I came back to take a puff, and I noticed something strange that made my heart jump. There were 3 pennies neatly stacked on the e-cig. Immediately, I started freaking out a little. I looked throughout the apartment for any signs of an intruder. All the while, I was trying to make sense of what I witnessed. Then I decided that the pennies must have come out of my pocket. Maybe they simply managed to fall on the e-cig in a stack. I tested my hypothesis by putting the e-cig in my pocket and then dumping a huge pile of coins in. I did this several times, but each time not a single coin stayed in the e-cig no matter how carefully I removed it from my pocket. Even more problematic, my dresser is about the same height as me. So, it would have been even more difficult to place the e-cig in the dresser with the stack of pennies intact. What makes it harder to believe is that I would have theoretically had the pennies at the bottom of my pocket, if at all, since I'd smoked in the car trip home. It really spooked me, and I'm really looking for answers here. I'm asking for advice on a plausible reason that if this occurred, and not necessarily anything paranormal, but if that's how it is. Has anybody heard of mysterious stacks of coins appearing? Dime appears on same area and floor multiple times within a few months. Wonder if this is the same guy. I was cleaning my son's room yesterday. Different. I was in the process of picking up the few remaining larger objects on the floor. That was before proceeding to vacuum. I noticed a dime was on the floor between the dresser and the Mickey Mouse table. I went ahead and picked it up and placed it in my pocket. I remember having a slight fear that it might fall out. I would end up vacuuming it up. So I just assured that I tucked it in beneath the phone. I began vacuuming and I noticed another dime reappearing in the same spot. I was shocked because there's no way I could have missed it, since I was checking on the floor rather meticulously. Suddenly a thought came to me. The thought came to check in my pocket for the previous dime, and lo and behold, that dime was nowhere to be found. This made me assume that the dime had somehow fallen out of my pocket and into the same spot. This time, I decided to place the dime on my amp, which I store in my room since he rarely goes in there. I continue to vacuum, and I hear a large thud. I look back in his new Space Jam picture, which I had temporarily just placed on his dresser. It had fallen. This was no shock, since it could have easily fallen on its own. I turn back to my vacuuming and I notice the dime back on the floor. I look at the amp and I see that there's no dime on top of it. This time I make sure to pick up the dime and place it in the other room on the chair in a coin jar. I told my wife about this strange occurrence, and she thinks I'm crazy. It's because I've had a previous strange experience with pennies. I posted that here earlier. Ah, it is. Am I crazy? Is there some logical explanation for this? And here's an update. I found another dime around the same spot in the floor of the room. Odd thing is, there's no reason for that dime to appear, especially there. Nobody's used the room except my son. It was thoroughly cleaned. Somebody had to have brought it in, dropped it on the ground within the span of 24 hours. Put the dime on the amp again and asked whoever it was to, move it again. Waited all day and it didn't budge, so I put it away. Dark songs and messages waking me and my wife up at the same hour. Yesterday, my wife wakes me at 2:30 a.m. while freaking out. She woke up to her 9-year-old son, our nonverbal son, putting his face against hers. She then went back to sleep later and quickly woke up to a Mexican song all about life being pointless that's playing on repeat in her head, followed by a voice of "kill yourself" being heard. She was reasonably scared and wakes me up every time she gets freaked out, understandably. So we stayed up a little bit and then went back to sleep together later. Tonight, the following day, I wake up at the same time, but I get a repeat of Britney Spears' "Hit Me Baby One More Time," only the last line of "My loneliness is killing me," for 5 straight minutes playing in my head in an almost outwardly audible fashion. I have had that happen to me before. Sorry for interrupting. I was a little scared at first, but just tried to go to sleep and ignore it. Then I heard the little trampoline springs next to the creek loudly as if somebody had gotten on it. I'm currently sitting alone and scared to sleep when I'm usually brushing these things off. And by the way, I've been sleeping on the couch recently because my kid recently has been trying to escape out of the door next to it in the middle of the night. We've bought locks and alarms, but I still don't feel safe without being there to protect him. I never listened to Britney Spears, so I was kind of shocked that song popped into my head. I also woke up extremely hot and sweaty, despite it being cold in the living room. As soon as I put on my sweater, out of habit, my sweater cooled to my core instead of heating me. When I experience stuff like this, I usually get angry on purpose to talk out loud against the negative energy. I do this because, it's helped every time in the past against, falling into fear or weird occurrences. Anyway, I can't sleep, and I'm having a tough time understanding this. My wife last night, when she experienced her situation, kept saying that a demon is here. She and I are both atheists. I tried my best to explain to her that this was all from stress and she had recently just heard the song in the car that day. She seemed to buy the explanation, so she was able to sleep soon after. Now, the same thing happens to me with a song that I haven't heard in ages. I've woken up with songs playing in my head, but they always go through the whole song in a continuous stretch. Having the song only play a single and very disturbing phrase is a little bit much. I don't believe in this stuff really, but it almost seems like I was being mocked, especially because I was out there alone, and hearing "my loneliness is killing me," as if being alone would lead to something being able to easily kill me. I didn't interpret it as the original lyrics obviously meant for the 1 second. I interpreted it as if something was preying on me due to me currently being alone. Well, that's it. I'm sorry if it's a bit jumbled due to the lack of sleep brain. I have too many comments about that. Not walking after midnight. I lived in a forested part of a coal mining town where my grandfather built a log cabin. As a teenager, I didn't sleep much for whatever reason. Because of that, I would go for walks at night. Nothing too strange ever happened, except an occasional whistling noise that I'd hear this during my walks. Not when I'm sitting on the deck or wandering the yard. I'm not sure if this is even related to the following event. One night I was talking with my grandfather in his office about that unfamiliar sound. He usually always had an answer, but not this time. We joked around about its possible origins, and then I said goodnight. My phone had been dead for a few hours at this point, but midway down the steps, it turned on and started playing Walking After Midnight by Patsy Cline. But only the I'm always walking after midnight searching for you part. The part before shutting off again. The phone's been dead for at least 2 hours at this point. That was not the last song I was listening to. I tried just turning it back on to see if maybe I was mistaken that it died, but it flashed me the dead battery symbol for a moment before going black again. Then my grandfather, whose office is only a few feet away from the steps, calls out another fun fact. Patsy Cline died in a plane crash on my birthday. Obviously, I didn't go on a walk that night, or at all until I got a dog. Paranormal. One day I woke up with an overwhelming feeling of dread, like something was off. I tried to ignore it, but once I got to school, the feeling got worse. My body was screaming that something is wrong, but can't quite figure out what. I carried on trying to ignore it, but once I got to the third period, something weird happened. I asked to go to the bathroom because, well, I had to go. I had to calm down a little. The bathroom in that hallway is very small. Only 2 stalls, a small sink, a towel dispenser, and a trash can. Very small bathroom, only one of the 2 stalls were working, so I used that one. While I was sitting there in the stall, I heard footsteps. I didn't think too much of it, thinking somebody else had to use the bathroom too. But the footsteps stopped in front of the broken stall next to where I was. There's no shadow, and I couldn't see the person. But I never heard the footsteps leaving. Got out of the bathroom stall just a second after hearing them. I look around, but there's no one there. And like I said, it's a very, very small bathroom, with no time frame of where I would have heard these footsteps. Just didn't add up. I would have heard them leave or seen them leaving. I went back to class after washing my hands. The feeling of something being off or wrong worsened, but this time accompanied with the feeling of being watched. On my way through the halls, all the usual sounds were just drowned out or muffled. There was this odd threatening sound in my ears, like when a person in a horror movie is going insane or trying to collect their sanity, probably. Whispering Kids, Highway 20, Oregon. We were driving back from Las Vegas back to our hometown in Oregon, but we figured that we would stop in a bend at the end of the day, stay in a hotel, and finish our 16-hour-long drive back into town. I can tell you this, if you ever go through Highway 375,305,950.78 to Vegas or from Vegas, it can get eerie with spots that roadside assistance is not available, with nothing but sand and dirt mountains for miles and hours. Don't recommend it, but each their own. We made it about 11 and a half hours in. We passed Burns, Oregon. Relaxing music was playing while the snow was hitting the windshield with no visibility of what's on the side of the road. That's because it was about 9 p.m. and the night filled the sky. Somewhere between the Burns and the bend on the highway, off Highway 20. No cars were around, and I was already feeling something was off. Anxiety, maybe. As if I felt this, I heard kids talking behind the music I was playing. I just figured it was, it's just the music, but then my wife says, "Did you hear kids talking?" And that sent chills down my whole body. And I turned off the music completely. Me and my wife put our phones up to our ears to make sure no sound was coming from our devices. Everything was off, no sounds from them. Just the sounds of kids talking, out in the woods. No other cars around for miles. They sounded like a small child and an older child. I tried to entertain the idea of listening in on what they were trying to say, but the sounds of kids sounded like they were in the car with us. I wasn't giving my energy to this. My wife flipped the cosmetic mirror in the car, afraid to even look back. I turned the music loud, even though I could still hear them. It lasted about 3 minutes total. I prayed in my head for it to stop and to keep us safe. My wife, who's not much of a believer of this stuff, was genuinely afraid. It ended up stopping in a sigh of relief while chatting and processing what just happened. Talked about how no one will ever believe this. It was something that can't be explained. I wish I would have listened in more, but giving your energy to things unexplained can be dangerous. I'm grateful to have my wife who experienced this with me so I don't feel like it was only me. Hearing her say, "Do you hear kids?" was the worst part. I knew it was for real. Scary moment, but fascinating. But if anybody has any stories on Highway 20, I'd love to hear them. Wish I could pinpoint the exact location, but in between Burns and Bend by Glass Butte, or Butte. How do you pronounce that? And lastly, Oregon. Demon Portal. Years ago, when my kids were teenagers, they were friends with a Wiccan kid. He told them how his father experienced sleep paralysis every single night of his life, and how he, the kid, knew how to cast spells and such. Well, my kids had this Wiccan kid over and they played Bloody Mary. After that, my kids kept hearing knocking on their walls. Inside the walls, the outer walls, inside closets. This seemed to happen as they were falling asleep or waking up. Around this time, they also created what they called a demon portal. I'm not sure if this kid taught them how to do it or they learned it online, but either way, they had a piece of paper with a bloody handprint on it and they put it inside the closet, the room where this knocking is, I guess. I think they were hoping to stop the knocking. I don't know. I have no idea that they were doing all this or any of it. I just heard about it later. My middle son told me that a few days after making this paper, he's playing the piano downstairs while playing all alone in the living room. A small scrap of paper fluttered down into his piano keys. It was a small, torn corner of a page. He stopped playing and looked at it and wondered where it could be from. Later, while looking in his closet, he saw that a corner of the paper was missing from his demon portal paper. He watched back at the piano. It fit exactly at the torn corner that was missing. He tore the page out of the closet, crumpled it, and threw it away. I found the crumpled up paper thrown out more in the trash in the outside bin and wondered what it was. I was super creeped out by it, and left it there. I asked my kids about it, and my son told me the story about it. Told them absolutely no more of that. No more of that's allowed ever. Good call. So I thought it was over, but it wasn't. I worked at home alone while my kids were at school. I started hearing noises like cabinets slamming or doors slamming while I was working. I would stop to check it out, but saw nothing except once my cat was hiding under the stairs. So I thought the cat was doing it. Once my sister drove by my house when we were at home, and she saw the lights in the home office turned off and on. She knew we weren't home, so she called and got a key from my mom and checked it out. No one was in my house. My kids were also gone on the weekends. They went with their dad. I started hearing noises at night inside the house, like chairs being moved around in the kitchen and the tile floors. I would go downstairs, but see nothing out of place. I just started locking the bedroom door at night, just in case. One weekend I heard all sorts of chairs moving downstairs. I had one of those country-style log dining sets in my kitchen, but it sounded like chairs were being dragged through the house on the wood floors of the living room. And I was like, absolutely not. I'm not opening that door. No matter what sounds I heard from the sound of all the commotion, I thought for sure I was going to see some sort of poltergeist-style chair pyramid in my house in the morning. It was very difficult to sleep, but I still didn't open that bedroom door until daylight. My bedroom was at the top of the stairs, so when I opened my door in the morning, I saw one single kitchen chair facing the staircase at the bottom of the stairs. My kitchen was 2 rooms away. I could just feel the blood draining out of me at the sight of that chair. I mean, I was surprised that it was the one chair from the loud sounds, but it was verification that indeed something weird was going on. And that was a Sunday, and I was headed to church anyway. I went to church and asked for a blessing on my house that day. No more chairs moving after that. My children still reported the knocking inside the walls from time to time, though. Eventually, they grew up and one moved away, sold that house, and the owner later told me that it was haunted. They sold it after a few years. The new owners after them had it a few years and are selling it now. I still hear an occasional knock behind my headboard or inside my walls. I live in another house now. For some reason, me and my kids all feel an urge to buy back that old house. Hopefully at a better price. Old Man Ghost. When I was 10 years old, me and my mom and 2 brothers moved house. After about 1 month, my older brother said that he woke up and seen an old man sat at the end of his bed. But he put it down to a dream. A few days later, my mom said that she felt somebody sit on her bed and other things would happen, such as things being moved and sounds of somebody walking upstairs. But we all just dismissed it. It was because we moved during the school summer holidays, started back at a new school, and I made friends quickly. 4 of which were girls, which we would talk a lot, and we asked loads of questions about my family. I told them that I never knew my dad because he left before I was born. So it was just me, my mom, and brothers. The 4 girls would come to my house almost every day after school, but they never entered my home. They would just knock and I'd go with them. This had been the normal routine for about 3 months until one day, my mom picked me up after school. She wanted to give me some new shoes. The girls didn't know that, so they went to my home, but nobody was in. The next day at school, none of the girls were talking to me, so at the end of the school day I asked what was wrong. One of them said that they can't be friends with a liar. I asked what have I lied about, and they said, "You said that you didn't have a dad." And I said, "I've not." They said, "Yes, you have. You were just embarrassed because he's an old man." Obviously, I didn't know what they were talking about, so I asked them what they were talking about. They said they went to my house like usual, knocked on the door, nobody answered, but the living room curtains were open. So they looked through the window and they could see into the kitchen. There's an old man in the kitchen washing the dishes. Told them that they must be winding me up and having a joke. They were adamant. After school, I told my mom that. She said, well, maybe it's true, because my brother said that he'd seen the old man too. She would later ask the neighbors about the previous tenant, and they all said it was an old man and he had died in the house. I told the girls, and they thought I was joking. I invited them round to witness the sounds and talk to my mom, and they apologized for calling me a liar. My first ghost encounter. I don't know why I didn't start with this. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I lived near the woods called Littleford Woods. And me, my brothers, and my friends played there many times. We used to make rope swings from trees that were at the side of the World War II bomb crater, but one day, me and my older brother and my best friend at the time, we were there as usual one weekend. And this particular day, we could hear flute music playing. It seemed to be coming from all around us. We searched all over to find the source, but we gave up when it eventually stopped and we decided to head home. It was close for us to be home for tea, so we started to head for home, and then the music started again. But again, we couldn't determine its source. We made it to the edge of the woods and had to climb a small fence that opened up to a large field. And in the middle of that field, we could see a man sat across, cross-legged, playing the flute. We approached him and told him that we could hear him from miles away. From my first impression, he looked out of place. His clothes didn't match the era, which at the time was the late 80s. He looked like he was from the 60s or 70s. His clothes didn't really look like anything you would see anybody wearing at that time. I asked him if he could play any other instruments. He said he could play the guitar, and I asked him if he could play any songs that we knew. It was like George Michael, but he said he'd never heard of him. We asked other questions, but my older brother said that it was pretty much time for us to go home now. We all started running across the field, which led to the tree line, which we had to go through that led to the dirt road. It took us no more than 30 seconds to get there. And then, as we're running down the dirt road, we could hear the flute playing again. And as we're still running, we look to our left, being towards where the man was, and we can see him running parallel to us in the field, but through the tree line. Then, as we're still running, we look away from him to look forward in the milliseconds, and just like 100 meters away, we saw him jumping down a sewer, like a sewage manhole, as they say it. It took us about 20 seconds to reach it. When we got there was no cover over the manhole. All we could see was rushing water, but the hole seemed too small for a man to fit through. We all thought it was weird, but at the time we were young and naive. Thought older people were stronger and faster and could do things that kids couldn't. The following Monday, we went to school. We were telling kids about what we had witnessed, and the lunch lady overheard us and asked us to describe him. She asked us if we had made the story up, basically. We said no. She told us that he fits the description of a 23-year-old man that had committed suicide in the woods in the 70s. He had hanged himself from one of the trees. And when I think back, I remember his neck looked very red and sore. Never heard or saw anything again. But I'm 43. His friend and older brother is 45. We all remember it the same. My older brother's the type that believes, in fact, and figures that you can see, and he explains it as being supernatural. You could see it. The Upstairs Ghost. When I was 14, me and my 2 brothers and Mom moved homes. It was a council house in my hometown of Leigh, Greater Manchester. It took us about 1 month to decorate and get settled in, when we all started hearing noises coming from upstairs. Sounded like footsteps and switches being turned on and off. All the time we had 3 cats. They were all very hesitant to go upstairs. When we could hear the noises, the cats would look up and follow the sound, and if we picked up any of the cats and take them upstairs, they would struggle with us, make it clear that they didn't want to go up there. After several months of living there, the noises would get more often, and then one night my mom said she was in bed reading and she fell on one side of her bed and dipped down. Said it felt like something was sitting on the side of her. After being there for 4 years, we're all pretty used to it, and the noises seemed to settle down. Even the cats would venture upstairs. One of them would even sleep in the bed with me and my brothers. I shared a room with my younger brother. When I turned 18, my older brother had moved out. My mom got a job managing a pub. She moved into a flat above it, so it was just me, my younger brother, and cats living there now. I quickly moved into my older brother's room, and it was my first time having my own room. I quickly made it my own, and my younger brother used an extra space in his room to get a weightlifting bench. He didn't use it much, and he would hang his clothes and hangers in the bar. This played a part in what happened next. One night, I had gone to bed as normal. It was 10 p.m. I quickly fell asleep. After a few hours, I was woken up by a loud sound from my brother's room. I quickly jumped out of bed and opened my brother's door. The cat came running out, and my brother had clearly woken up as well. I immediately noticed that the clothes my brother had hung on his barbell were swaying back and forth. The sound that woke us up was the bar that had 60 kilograms on it, plus the clothes that had been picked up and dropped back down. We were both a bit freaked out, but that was the loudest thing that we'd heard from that house. But nothing like that happened again until the time when my younger brother had gone to Spain. That was with me and with my mom. I was on my own in the house. But I'd booked a trip with friends to Ibiza. The night before our flight, I asked one of my friends to stay at my house. That was because he was a heavy sleeper and was difficult to wake up, and we didn't want him to be late for the flight. He came into my house around maybe 4. I'd already told him that he might hear the footsteps upstairs, but I didn't think he'd believe me. As it was summer, it was a very warm day, so I had the back door open to let some breeze in. We were both sat in the living room, and then, the footsteps started. My friend knew that there was only us in the house because anybody else would have to walk past us to go upstairs. Then the footsteps got louder, a lot more than usual. Then all of a sudden it sounded like a very large person running down the stairs. We both ran out of the house before whatever it was reached the bottom step. My friend refused to go back in, and I reluctantly went back in to get my passport and luggage, and to feed the cats. Leave them some water because my older brother would come the next day to feed them until my younger brother came back. Nothing much happened after that. I speculate that whatever it was using me or my brother's presence and didn't like new people in the house. About 2 years later, we moved out of the house, and a new tenant moved in about 6 months later. The new tenant went with my mom's pub and asked if we experienced any strange things in the house. My mom told them the truth, but told them that it was harmless, and they'll get used to it. If you made it to the end, thank you. Sorry if it was long-winded. My afternoon of terror. This story takes place about 3 months ago. Back in August, I was a 13-year-old male. I was chilling with my brother. We were home alone because our mom was at work. So we were on the couch watching YouTube when my brother's girlfriend texts him, "Hey, you want to come over?" So of course my brother says he wants to, and he goes to grab his bike to go to her house. Right before he leaves, he tells me, "Be safe, don't break anything, and don't scream that I hate you when you do that." So I agreed with his rules, and then he went out. I knew I was going to be home alone for a while, because my mom didn't get back for another hour or so. Called my friend asking him if he wanted to hop on, and we hopped on Fortnite. But as we were playing, I took off my headset because I heard a voice. Then the voice went again. It sounded like my sister. I went to go say hi and see how her day was. But when I opened my door, nobody was there, but my dogs were looking at the spot where the voice came from. So I shrugged it off because our house is old, so I blamed it on that. Like 20 minutes go by, and then I hear it again. But this time it's my mom. I was confused because she wasn't supposed to be home for another 40 minutes. I just thought, well, maybe she got off work early, like she usually does. I went again out of my room to say hi and see how her day was. But again, well, no one was there. The dogs were staring at the same spot, but this time they were whimpering too. I was a little bit weirded out, but I just shrugged it off and blamed it on the old house again. Another 30 minutes go by, and this time I hear my brother. I was really confused. He was supposed to be at his girlfriend's house. He usually stays at her house for at least a couple of hours. But I didn't really think much of it until I went to go say hi. He wasn't there. Now I was really scared because all 3 of my family members' voices I heard, and yet none of them are here. I started crying because I was scared, and I called my brother to tell him what happened. While I was on the phone with him, I heard a little boy laughing and stomping his feet. I turned around to hear the noises coming from my little sister's room. I opened the door, and the noises stop. Everything goes quiet. I tell my brother what had just happened. He told me to go outside and wait for her mom. She was going to be there in like 10 minutes. I wait outside for my mom, and I tell her what happened. We checked the house, and everything was the same. To this day, I still don't know what those noises were, and I do still hear them from time to time. But my mom just tells me it's in my head. I know what I heard, though, and I'm coming on here to try to see if anybody really knows what they were. On my way home. So let me tell you what happened the other night. I was just walking down the street, the usual evening stroll. It was chilly, but nothing too bad. The sky was overcast, and everything felt a little bit quiet, almost like the whole world was holding its breath. I made my way to the bus stop, and as I got closer, I saw this guy sitting there. He was older, dressed in a long coat, his face partly covered by the brim of his hat. First, I thought he was just another passerby, but as I got closer, he kind of nodded at me like he was expecting me. So I sat down next to him. The bus wasn't there yet, and I figured a little company wouldn't hurt. I said, "Evening." He responded just a simple, "Evening." But his voice was kind of, almost like it wasn't, or rather, he wasn't really there. He didn't look at me directly, and his eyes were sort of staring past me, like he was lost in thought. Didn't think much of it at first, but just small talk, I asked if he was from around here, and he said, "Been here longer than I care to remember." Thought that was a bit weird, but okay. The more we talked, the more I felt off. Like something wasn't right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. And here's the crazy part. Every time he spoke, I started feeling this intense cold, like a chill running straight through me. It was like the temperature dropped all of a sudden. It wasn't even that cold out, but the closer he got to me, the colder I felt. I tried wrapping my arms around myself, but it didn't help. I started shivering. He was just sitting there completely calm, like nothing was wrong. My breath was visible, like it was freezing cold, but I knew it wasn't that cold outside. It was just him. At one point, he said something that sent a shiver down my spine. He just casually muttered, 1527. Like it was nothing important. Didn't make any sense, but for some reason it stuck with me. I didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe it was just a random number, but it felt off, like it meant something. Anyway, the bus finally showed up. I thought, great, I can get away from this weird vibe. I stood up to go catch it, but when I turned back to look at the bench, the guy was gone, just gone. There's no sign of him, no rustling of clothing, no movement, nothing. It's like he disappeared into thin air. So I walked up to the bus driver. I asked, "You saw that guy sitting there, right?" The driver looked at me like I was crazy and said, "What guy? You're the only one here." I swear I wasn't imagining it. I looked at the bench again, and it was totally empty. I don't know if I was just seeing things or if something really strange happened last night, but it felt like that guy wasn't supposed to be there. It's just too weird. The cold stayed with me long after I got on the bus. I don't know what to think about it, but I haven't been back to that bus stop since, and every time I think about those numbers, 1527, it gives me a chill all over again. a girl's voice telling to stop it. I was hoping for a bit of advice, or to try to get some answers. I've had a couple of experiences that I'm unable to explain. I'll start with the first incident when I was around 11 years old and my brother was 14. We lived in a new-built house in Wales. Very normal-looking house. Definitely did not feel or look haunted. We found a couple of strange things in the back garden when we were younger, such as old bottles and a pair of broken sunglasses. Not sure if it's related or not, but thought I'd mention it. One of the first strange things that happened was my mom called us downstairs. For some reason, there was a glass of milk. It was on the kitchen table. It was full to the brim. Like it was so full, if you moved it, it would spill. My brother and I had no ideas. None of us did it. We went to the living room for something, and we came back to the glass of milk being empty. Weird, but didn't think much of it. Fast forward a couple of weeks later. Me and my brother were playing the Sims game on the computer. It was only me and him in the house as my mother was working late. We were creating a new sim when all of a sudden something came between me and my brother's ears and said, "Stop it!" It was the creepiest thing I've ever heard in my life, and still to this day I can hear it. It was really unnatural. I could almost feel the breath. It freaked us both out. We both turned, looked at each other, and said, "Did you hear that?" We both jumped out of our seats and ran to the other room. Called her mother, told her that she could just chalk it up to her imagination, but whatever happens to us was real and definitely happened. I've done a bit of research on it, and I found that ghosts do sometimes whisper stuff in your ears. Freaky stuff. Fast forward to a few years later. Nothing paranormal after the milk and whispering ghost girl thing accident or incident. But then there was one night when I was in bed. I had a TV in the bedroom, and the streetlights were from outside. They were sort of making this, it was reflecting stuff. I could see this stuff in my hallway. It was around 3 a.m. when I randomly woke up. I saw what looked like a woman in like a white nightgown walk into my bathroom and the door shut behind them. Freaked me right out. I said to myself, it's probably my brother. He had a white, dressing gown. I decided to get up and have a look. I knocked on the door expecting my brother to reply, but there was no answer. So I opened the door. There's nobody in there. It scared the shit out of me, so I ran back to bed, pulled the sheets over my head, and then ended up falling asleep. I told my mom and brother about it, but they both said I must have been dreaming. Weird. Other than those incidents, nothing really else happened until now. So, fast forward to today. I'm now 28. I completely forgot about the whispering ghost girl until my brother brought it up to me a couple of weeks ago. Once I started to remember it, some strange shit started happening. Now, this only happens when I'm in work, and never in my flat or anywhere else. But basically, I'm sitting like the work canteen having my lunch, and in the corner of my eye, I saw what looked like a man. They were in an orange hoodie with his hood up and blue jeans. When I turned, it disappears. It doesn't happen every day, but happens a lot. Always the same orange hoodie and blue jeans. Now, where I work is right next to Cardiff Central train station. Not sure if that's linked at all, maybe a death on the railway or something. But I'm still seeing this orange hoodie man to this day. Just want to know what people think. Never seen their face as their head's down and the hood's up. I'm more open to paranormal things or spirits because of what happened when I was younger, or am I just going crazy? The boy at the bottom of the stairs. So my Auntie Linda is a very straight-talking woman. She never believed in ghosts or the paranormal until she experienced something. So this encounter is about 20 years ago. My Auntie Linda was working at a care home in Wales. Now the care home is really old and has been a few different buildings in the past. The building is over 100 years old. So my Auntie Linda was doing the night shift, so she started work at around 6 p.m. and then she would finish the next day at around 9 a.m. She was doing her rounds and checking on the residents and they were asleep. All seemed fine. She went upstairs to the staff room to get ready to go to sleep. She was locking the staff room toilets upstairs before she went to bed. Now, the staff toilets are directly opposite the stairs. So when she locked them, she turned around facing the stairs and she noticed what looked like a little boy sitting at the bottom of the stairs. He was wearing old-fashioned clothing, maybe something from the 1920s. He was facing away from her. Startled, she called out to ask if he was okay. All of a sudden, the boy turned to face her. Now, her description still freaks me out to this day. She said when he turned to look at her, it looked like his jaw or something was broken, because his jaw was hanging from his mouth. He gave her direct eye contact, and now you know kids run up the stairs sometimes using both their hands and feet. This kid started to run towards my auntie up the stairs. She screamed in terror, and as soon as she screamed, the boy disappeared. My auntie then ran out of the building and called her manager to say that she's not staying the night. When the manager asked what happened, she said she saw something at the bottom of the stairs, and they ran toward her. Her manager then said, "Oh, you've seen Benny." Turns out, the little boy was a boy called Benny who had died from falling down the stairs in the building years ago. Some of the residents at the care home said he visits them sometimes and sits on their beds. Honestly, scared the shit right out of me as a child. And my auntie to this day swears that what she saw really happened. From that point onward, she didn't really dismiss the paranormal anymore.